Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the grand finals of the Aegis Esports final finale, basically here. Sean, I tripped up on my words there. Not a great way to start off the broadcast, but it's going to be okay. These two teams that we have coming in today, Citadel and Conviction Star, are going to be the ones that make up for my fumbled intro here on the cast. But welcome over, Sean, to the analyst desk. We are going to be the guys covering the draft here today, looking at the replays in the post game as well as bringing in some action, some predictions possibly before the games even start.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And don't worry, Quacks. As everyone knows, it's not about how you start, but how you finish. And these guys are finishing here in grand finals, but also kind of started out really, really hot as well. With Conviction Star and the newly promoted Citadel into the NACL. Yes. So congrats to them. I'm really looking forward to all of these today.
Absolutely. And it would be, a little bit disrespectful, I think, Sean, to not illuminate the kind of situation that we found ourselves in with these two teams, namely that Citadel have yet to drop, I believe it's a single game in this entire run. Not only that, but if we want to get a little bit more granular, Conviction Star, their matchup record against Citadel, counting this in Aegis as well as the promotion tournament, because in there they were, Cupid Esports, at least 3/5 of them were. They are currently 0 for 7 against Citadel. Citadel have dominated this rivalry. You can't even really call it a rivalry. It's just a straight up slaughter every single time these teams go against one another. So I think a lot of people who have kept up with Aegis, ourselves included, Sean, are expecting Citadel to be the overwhelming favorites going into this grand finals.
Yeah, I do think that Conviction Star kind of has like the deck stacked against them, proverbially. And that with how much they played against each other, you got to kind of look for Conviction Star to kind of either pull out some different punches, whether it's in draft or in the way they want to split map or attack the rest of Citadel. Because, as you said, Citadel has no blemishes on their record. And when they're against this team, both in Aegis and in the NACL promotion tournament, they looked really, really good and clean against them.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an ignominy, in my opinion, for Cupid / Conviction Star that they haven't been able to take a game off of these guys yet. But it certainly seems like the idea is that they're going to try and change it this time. We've got no Guardian Angel rule here in the grand finals for Aegis, so winner takes all, loser comes home. As the second place person. I do think, though, if we want to get a little bit more granular here on the specifics of the team, Sean, we can do that. One matchup that I in particular found to be, I think, really, really illuminated, at least the last time Conviction Star and Citadel played against each other in the upper finals, was Doxa versus Bradley. I have been finding Bradley continuously more impressive. I feel like after, summer split of last year in the NACL, people were a little bit low on this guy, some calling into question the validity of his laning phase and how good he could actually be in those first few minutes. But since then, it feels like he's leveled up both in the promotion tournament, in ACL, and overall, every time we've seen him, it feels like that laning phase, at the very least, has been really secure. And I always think of Doxa as a guy who really wants to attack players with a weak laning phase, wants to take that laning phase and get a snowball going from there. And it seems like, Bradley has almost been a brick wall in that regard, where he simply isn't giving Doxa his best time of the game to actually pop off.
Yeah, don't worry. You're not going to get any kind of hawk takes from me about Bradley's laning phase. I'm not ready for that kind of smoke there. But Bradley has always been super consistent and great at finding his own farm to get himself into a position to either carry or contribute to the team. We've seen that this entire year, and we've also seen that in ACL tournament. Though on the other side for Conviction Star, I do agree with you. The Doxa diff, as it is, knowers know. We'll look at how he is able to kind of snowball micro advantages into parts of the rest of the map, right? Whether that's attacking the bot lane or linking up with their jungler, Maddie.
Absolutely. I think Doxa and Maddie have been a really proactive mid-jungle duo. I think that we've obviously seen some mid-jungles here in the ACL who are perfectly content with, trying to sort of sterilize the laning phase and then, attack around the timer of grubs, maybe that second dragon. But this is a mid-jungle duo that takes the fight to their opponents. Now we've got all of Conviction Star's roster here up on your screens. Lawrence, Maddie, Doxa, Nightstar, and some not English characters that you might not recognize. It is actually Pika Pika as the support this time around. So 3 members of that Cupid esports roster that made their stay or made their attempt in that promotion tournament sadly weren't able to do it. The difference being those solo laners. We already highlighted Doxa, but there's Lawrence as well. And I feel like when we're talking about sterilization and scaling and, in particular, Sean, side laning, Lawrence is it. This guy in particular loves things like the Yorks, loves things like the Jacks, loves to activate the 4-1 split possibility for his team and just be a thorn on the side lane for any team this squad has to go against.
Yeah, and I mean, Lawrence did, promote with Blue Otter. Maddie has played on Supernovas of old. Doxa was on TSM Academy. We have a lot of former NACL / Academy talent on this roster as well. So they're no slouches. And, against their counterparts in Citadel's roster that we'll see here shortly, I think the big thing is I'm looking for more X factors from this side of Conviction Star because I don't think that just playing standard as of right now versus Citadel is really playing into your own hands. I think Citadel is totally fine with just, playing lanes how they should be played and then just not necessarily hands diffing you, but, trying to just out team fight you when it comes to neutrals or having first setup on those if they get their pushing lanes that they enjoy.
It definitely seemed like that was the case when these guys, played against each other in the upper finals. I think Conviction Star were extremely meta with how they approached the game, and I like your read on that, Sean. I feel like you simply cannot throw in comps that rely on fundamentals and experience because you're not going to out-fundamentals, out-experience the Citadel squad who has, been to the highs of LTA, who has been the best in their role at most likely some points in their career feels really difficult to imagine a world where you can play your standard stuff and actually diff Citadel while they are across from you doing similar stuff. So I definitely think that it is worth mentioning a win con for Conviction Star here is to be a little bit more unorthodox, is to be a bit harder to read in the draft. And I certainly think that there are players on Conviction Star that can sort of propagate that style. I'm looking at Maddie in particular, who has busted out things such as the Nunu, right? Who has been known to play some more unorthodox junglers. And then I think Pika Pika as well, throwing down things like the Tom Catch that you don't normally see in competitive. The Bard as well is a little bit of a gray area for some supports. I feel like you either can play it or you can't. And I don't think Diamond has piloted the Bard recently. So Pika Pika could maybe bust out stuff like that. Of course, you've also got some more, lesser common picks such as the Ziggs that can be played by Nightstar. Doxa obviously has been a huge lover of things like the Yone. Lawrence plays the Rise. So there's some angle here to be different for every single member of this Conviction Star team. It's just a matter of, can you find those angles and can you give them proper surrounding pieces to let those champions thrive?
Yep, totally agree. And I do think, as we'll start hitting on Citadel here, versus their counterparts here, that I do believe that it does say TC Porsche, but Philip will be starting for this. So that means that we're basically getting the exact same roster that promoted into the NACL playing here tonight. And I think that the big thing is that sometimes I look at the champion pools between both of these, and like we were talking about what Barrick wants to do. He wants to do this 4-1, split push style. Well, Philip, I think, is just really, really good at neutralizing that. We think about the picks of like the Gragas that come in for him that he's been like really, really prominent on. That is, really good. And then you got Senor Hands, as Cubby would call him, in the jungle, kind of returning to form. I know a lot of people felt like this mid-jungle duo of Kenvi and Bradley, to other people's standards, were not living up to what is expected of them. But right now they're clicking on all cylinders, and I think that Instinct and Diamond are probably one of the top bot lanes duos outside of LCS right now. So they've just been playing really, really well. And obviously you got Texas or Nova, heading up the whole squad and everything like that. So I think both of these squads are coming in really, really prepared, but I do like the way that Citadel has approached all these games from both Aegis playoffs and NACL.
I think that I really like that you actually brought up the point of Philip being a massive wall that Lawrence is going to have to get over, because on one hand, I do think that people love to sing the praises of people like, of players rather, like Fake God, who in particular has been the quintessential weak side king for a lot of the viewers of the NACL. But Philip kind of, I feel, does the same. I think that he matches players like Fake God in being able to propagate up that style whenever he goes onto the Rift. And so I think, Philip, you kind of put this guy synonymous with champions like the Gwen, things like the Ambessa, things that can have agency in the laning phase, but you think of how impactful they are in those team fights and being able to neutralize the laning phase. And I do think that this is definitely a matchup that Philip is expected to win. On the other hand, though, I think that Kenvi might have a bit of a favorable meta here, because we are on the most recent patch with those Kindred buffs. Nothing too major, nothing too large. It is, I believe, a bit of a cooldown reduction on the Lamb's Respite, but Kenvi, known for the Kindred, who knows, maybe we'll see him pull it out and Bradley can pilot something like the Azir, which I think is a really, really strong combination. Also a really strong denial for Kindreds that don't want to have to deal with getting shoved out of their own ultimate. Yeah,
for sure. I am really interested to see where their draft priorities, now that we are on the MSI patch and stuff like that, where they kind of land. Do we see any like Twisted Fate kind of stuff coming out of here? I know that we like some of the stuff that we've been seeing recently. But when it comes down to it, I'm really, really excited for how these teams are going to play. And I really think if we're like looking at matchups to watch, you talked about Doxa versus Bradley. I want to just include the junglers in that as well, because I think whatever mid-jungle 2v2 is able to start moving first on the map, whether they're playing like the likes of Talia or some shoving lanes like, getting Azir and just getting priority and forcing the enemy laners to kind of respond, and they're able to move to these side lanes first. I really think that whatever team of these mid-jungle 2v2s finds success first, and that is the team that will eventually take the series.
Yeah, absolutely. But Citadel, obviously, we would be remiss in not, kind of throwing it out there that Kenvi and Bradley are sort of the favorites to be the more dominant 2v2 mid-jungle. Another angle that I think we briefly touched on, or rather you briefly touched on, Sean, for this Citadel squad is Instinct and Diamond. Just casually, I think by far the best ACL bot lane here, at least this split. Instinct has been such a dominant ADC. Even when he wasn't playing in NACL, everyone I was talking to was saying, Instinct is totally going to be in for summer. Instinct is going to be on a giant team, because any team that this guy is on automatically gets better because of him. And I think Diamond is in a similar vein, although less talked about because, support disrespect is wide here in North America. It's wide everywhere, if I'm being honest with you. But these are two guys that are extremely, I think, underrated and undervalued by a lot of the bigger people in the tier 2, tier 3 scene. And I'm really glad that we're finally seeing them get their shot back into NACL. And hopefully this series, if it is Citadel that take it, is enough to convince people to get on this hype train that has been chugging along for quite a while, Sean.
Yeah, I do think that tier 2, tier 3, and I mean, even to some extent, tier 1 is what have you done for me now, right? Lately, like what do they say? With the best ability is availability, and if you're not available to play in like some of these big ones, or you're not actually in tier 2, then people will kind of like disregard you a bit. I think that level of disrespect does happen a lot towards a lot of players. But now that we're in draft, we don't have to really talk about all the potential narratives anymore, but I am really, really interested to kind of see where these teams' priority does land. I do think the likes of like Varus, Azir, Talia, these are champions that I'm really looking for both teams. And then obviously you touched on it, there are some special picks that we may see coming up from like Maddie, coming up from Kenvi, especially these junglers and supports that I think will really impact the map and kind of decide how these early games go for both of these teams.
Yeah, and automatically we're seeing, as we get into the draft, Citadel are on the blue side. So they're the higher seed, for those of you who don't know. So they get side selection. And I think when we're talking, especially about this new patch, one of the most popular things to be won, or at the very least handshake, is the Azir-Talia matchup. I feel like, right? There are a lot of just handshakes going around in competitive, but we talk about how volatile this mid lane matchup is, particularly for Doxa to try and snowball ahead, and Maddie's ability to try and, propagate up his mid laner to make sure that he is as ahead as possible. So I'm thinking that you just try to remove a lot of these barriers if you're Conviction Star, and if you're Citadel, just try and take away a decent amount of what Doxa knows how to do, which is be aggressive. And we can already see that being attacked. Yone and Akali just taken off the board.
Yeah, and I mean, we already have 3 bot lane bans, and 2 of those being, obviously, Instinct has been really, really good on this Kalista, and I know they've been really, really good at these Lucian Nami, or even sometimes the Melio Nami lanes that have popped out for them. So interested to see kind of where this goes here, because blank slate for this game on this patch, they're going to kind of tell us what their reads are right now on this. I don't know if this has to be a mid lane ban. Okay, we're going to get Jin. Mazel is crying somewhere.
Wow.
But 4 AD carry bans. VAR is still up though, and the Azir.
Yeah, so Azir going to be locked in here for Citadel. I imagine Conviction are probably perfectly fine handshaking the Talia along with that. Varus, like you said, going to be taken off the board. So we're really pinching what Instinct actually has the capability of doing here. And I think that this is definitely going to be felt for Citadel in particular. in these next couple of picks where they're probably going to be saying, we got to immediately snag up an AD carry or else, go to the second phase of bans and they're going to be all gone here, Sean. So I guess the big question is, what are we expecting Citadel to give Instinct? He's got things available like the Senna, the Caitlyn, the Xayah, but I think when you have an Azir, you have that engage, you might be looking at a little bit more AD heavy. So I kind of removed the Ziggs from the picture here. If I'm
Yeah, I mean, I think Wukong looks really good right here. Oh, they're going to go Vi. That's fine. Because I think they're anticipating, Citadel's anticipating Conviction to pick up the Talia, the handshake you talked about. Also really good synergy with the Pantheon. I think for 80 carries here, you do have the likes of Ezreal. You have the likes of maybe a Kai'Sa as well. Not necessarily the best lane dominant, but can follow up on this stuff. So it will be that Ezreal. And I think the Talia is what we're going to be going here. I do find it interesting. We talk so much about the supports earlier about their unique champions and what they play and how dominant they've been, especially Diamond, but their champion pools are probably the ones that are going to be, they're going to be picked in the second round here. And I think support counter pick is one of the best things in like drafts,
Yes.
But I don't know if Conviction Star is really thinking about giving peek a peek of that when we do have, as we talked about, Philip on the other side, one of those neutralizing type of guys, no matter the matchup.
And I'm really interested to actually see how this Vi operates in this game, especially when you are looking at two laners in Azir and Ezreal who are perfectly content with just scaling, right? I mean, a lot of people look at that level 6 timer for Vi to make their first impact, but even then, I don't think that Azir and Ezreal are going to have enough damage to necessarily follow up on that lockdown, especially when you look at Conviction Star's damage profile. They've got a lot of disengage, a lot of escapism, and just peel with things like Pantheon and Ahri. And if you can't instantly kill something like a Varus and your conditions aren't good, you might be able to just turn that one around, especially looking at the Vi nerfs, which I believe were the Black Shield being a little bit less strong. Probably not going to make too big of a difference, but always worth talking about, particularly in those short trades and extended trades if it can come off cooldown.
Yeah, so I think both of these teams are kind of telling us where they're going with this. Obviously, the double support ban for coming out from Convictions, particularly Braum, telling us they want some type of engage to get on to this extremely mobile Ezreal right here. And whereas Citadel, seeing that, are saying, okay, well, we're not going to, whittle down our pool anymore. We're going to focus the one that we have to blind. Taking out the York, who did receive some nerfs in this patch as well.
2 nerfs in a row, 2 patches.
Yeah, dude was strong. So, and then the Scion. So really, really interesting. Gonna try to see what they might be going for. Something like a Jace as well could possibly enter in there. Whereas I think for the side of Citadel here with that Nautilus locked in, maybe could look at it as Karma, but I actually think that you need some sort of engage for this fight to play around. Which I would prefer. So something like a Leona.
Yep.
Right on cue. Okay,
there you go.
Love it.
You're gonna take my job.
And then for the top side, I don't know what. There we go. All right, we called the last two together. And so there we go, right there.
I like this. I mean, I do think that Leona is a really good answer. I'm glad that you shouted that one out. Also, just a generally good matchup against Nautilus. You get dredgelined, and you're able to take up most of that damage. And dish some out as well. I also think Citadel giving this Jace over into the top lane is going to be a good matchup against things like the Ambessa. I know that this is a Jace lane that is, pretty good for him, if I'm not mistaken. I think that it kind of changes once that public execution comes along. Ambessa has a way to circumvent getting knocked back by that hammer, potentially. But all in all, I think that Citadel have drafted really favorable lanes here in game number 1. But the big setup for me definitely has to be Bradley and Instinct this game. I feel like you are setting yourself up with a ton of peel. You have a ton of range. The poke from this comp in particular is extremely potent for game number 1. And I do think that Leona and Vi are probably there to not necessarily play engage in the team fights, but to play disengage, so that things like an Ambessa ult, things like a Nautilus ult, and Pantheon potentially diving into a team fight can't get toward that backline. So it's a really potent mix here for Citadel going into game number 1. I think the big win condition, on the other side for Conviction Star has to be around this mid jungle. Obviously, as well, you've got strong top and AD carry picks here with the Varus and the Ambessa, but we talk about how proficient Maddie and Doxa are as a unit, as a confluence on the map, and I think that their style is not going to change here in the Grand Finals. It is going to need to be exerted if they want to take Citadel down here in the Grands.
Yeah, the only thing I'm really hoping for, I'm just getting this point in before we probably head over to casters and stuff like that, is I'm a little bit cubby pilled on this. I really think Nightstar, even though I know him as like a DPS type of guy, some hyper carry stuff, I really hope he goes the poke Varus here. I think it's really, really hard for Bradley and Philip to interact with him. And if you're able to chunk out these guys before these objective setups happen, it makes the hard engage that you do have with Pika or with Doxa on these flanks, right, really, really nice. It will also generate one lane of priority for you in the early game as well. So I'm really hoping we see Nightstar on the poke Varus here. And then again, once these level 6s come out from both mid and jungle, where is their priority? I think that they'll probably end up, if I'm Conviction Star, looking to attack the top side and get Philip behind, whereas if I'm the side of Citadel, I'm actually looking the exact opposite. I'm looking to get this bottom lane of Varus and Nautilus behind. Mainly, I'm looking at Maddie and Pika to link up in this early part of the game. Maddie, if you really want to, can drop some camps and make some earlier plays just to get some lane advantages to where when that 6 timer comes around, they can start punishing that and make their early game really, really strong. I'm really, really excited. I think both teams kind of got what they wanted in this first draft. Was interested by the Ahri, but I think that's mainly just because that point and click from Ken V came out with the Vi. So totally fine there. I'm really interested to see how this game 1 turns out.
And not only that, but I also think that the Ahri has a lot of extra added value when you combo it with the Pantheon. Having that, instant lockdown allows you to easily connect that charm. I think another thing that Conviction Star's comp does really, really well, kind of going a little bit more broad here, is being able to catch off certain members of Citadel on sides, right? I mean, if you can get that prio, get that shove in, like you were mentioning, Shonatonen, around the mid game, you group up Maddie, you group up Pika, you can even put in a Doxa here and there. And anyone who disrespects the rotations, I feel like will instantly get CC chained and likely killed. So that's what I'm really looking at here for Conviction Star to utilize as well. I think that their ability to link up, obviously, as a jungle support duo is really good. But part of the reason for that is because of the CC train, because of the lockdown that this comp as a whole entails, and how difficult it will be for Citadel to actually deal with that. Obviously, most of these champions have their own measures of escape, but it feels like, one CC ability hits and the train is just going to keep on chewing along. You're going to get CC trained to oblivion. So that is definitely, I think, a part of the game that Citadel have to be really careful of. I think this mid game is definitely going to be the big test for Conviction Star on whether or not they can pull the trigger and really, really push their champion strengths forward. Definitely agree.
You mentioned it a bit earlier. You got any predictions for the series, possibly? What you're expecting? Don't know if you wanted to kind of tip your hand there.
Yeah, no, we definitely can. I mean, it's tough to say, Sean, because on one hand, you got to separate yourself a little bit with series like this, right? Because you're all like, on one hand, really want it to go to 5 games, best viewing experience possible anytime it goes to game 5s, right? But on the other hand, Citadel have yet to drop a game. They are 7-0 against Conviction Star / Cupid. They have dominated this matchup every single time that they have had these guys on the other end of the field. So it's a question of what do I want and what do I realistically think is going to happen. What I want is for a 3-2 for Citadel. What I think is going to happen is more in line with a 3-0-3-1 Citadel.
Okay, totally get that. So I think, bold claim, Conviction Star will at least take 1 game. All right?
I like it.
So they'll definitely do that. Even bolder claim, I want what I want, and I'm just going to have so much NA copium that I'm just going to will it to existence. It's going to be a 3-2 Conviction Star. That's my totally non-biased in any way, shape, or form prediction right here. I also just want 5, but I really do think that these teams both have drafted really well here. I think we've hit almost ad nauseum the ways that these guys can play, how they have played the 7-0. I think Citadel also could be like one of the teams to win ACL at the same time that they promoted into NACL, right? Or winning OQs, right? So I think they have like the second chance team to be the second to do it.
Yeah.
But then looking at Conviction Star, I also really like what they've done in their draft right here. And I do think that both teams, what I like is they have the agency to make plays if they need to. I just think when you have like these point and click Rs, you just need to make them work on the right targets at the right times. Flash timers are going to be absolutely huge, especially for the likes of Philip and Nightstar.
I absolutely agree with everything you said. And honestly, Sean, I'm all for revving up the Hopium, revving up the Copium ahead of MSI, because I know everyone is getting it ready for the FlyQuest inevitable deep run where they are going to take down Genji 3-0 and bring glory to North America. But that is going to be all from us for now, as game number 1 of the ACL Spring Grand Finals is ready and waiting to go. Citadel versus Conviction Star. So we will have that briefly up on the screen here. And I mean, I feel like this is just going to be a question of whether or not, you know, Conviction Star are capable of taking those first couple of games. But we are going to send it over to TDS and Gordo. Enough of us yapping here. Good luck, everybody. Casters, go to game. Good luck, boys.
Thank you very much, Quacks. Welcome, everybody, to Summoner's Rift for game number 1. My name's Gordo. I'm joined by TDS on the cast today. We got Citadel on blue, Conviction Star on red, facing off for the 3rd time this ACL season. It has favored Citadel so far 5-0. Conviction Star looking to turn around their fates. Welcome aboard, TDS. Happy to be here with you.
Yeah, excited for us to be here on the grand final. The teams that maybe a lot of people expected to reach this point actually reached this point. It's not typical that we actually get the number 1, number 2 seed team actually arrive here. So it's funny when it happens, and it's going to be a fun one as well because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, started off in different seeds. Conviction Star was a pool 2 team initially, but by the time we got to playoffs, it was Citadel seed number 1, Conviction Star seed number 2. These were the 2 teams that went 4-0 in the Swiss stage. They played their tiebreaker. It went 2-0 to Citadel. And then they get themselves a matchup in the winner's side final. It goes 3-0 for Citadel. And now here they are facing off for a 3rd time. Conviction, even more time to grow, even more time to try to find answers. Let's see how they'll be able to do on this attempt. Pika Pika getting things started early with an early hook, and it is going to be a topside start for both junglers.
Side spot. As we see, they are trying to put a little bit of pressure with the trading, trying to take their health bars as much as possible. A lot of fighting already down here in bot side, and they understand that they play around this Pika hook timing, but also the arrow timing from Nightstar, since he is going lethality. And already Summoners down for the bot lane from Conviction, none from the bot lane of Citadel.
Yeah, 2 summoners expended for Conviction to get Diamond very, very low, but the level 2 going to get hit by Instinct and Diamond first. So all in all, I'd say a pretty favorable position for them, as Diamond just chugs every potion in his inventory. Pika Pika going to do the same. Both going to end up at serviceable health totals when that's all said and done. But the Ignite going to be gone for a while from the Conviction bot lane, as is that cleanse out of Nightstar. Both parties moving on towards the bottom. Jungle-wise now, Maddie a little bit behind on the clear. Should be just fine to show up to Scuttle Crab on time. And completely agree with what the analyst desk was saying earlier, TDS. I think this matchup really got to look at mid-jungle. This early Azir from Bradley has been so deadly for Citadel all season long. He gets it once again here. This is where things started to go wrong the last time these 2 teams faced off in the winner's side final. Was a big carry game from Bradley's Azir, but now Maddie trying to get involved in the bottom lane. Starts off on Instinct, blows the cleanse, blows the flash, and that's all he's going to get.
Yeah, there goes the double summoners to try and respond to what was happening already with the bot lane from Conviction, and that means that now at the very least there's ways to try and put a stop onto Instinct. He doesn't even get to back, so he is in a really weird spot here with no pots, no summoners, and also no timing to go back. Now he's going to be suffering for a little bit, but same story up here. Citadel Philip, or I'm not sure why I read everything. Philip doing a really good job there, trying to take the damage onto Lawrence, actually pushing the matchup like you typically see in these sort of situations, and trying to make it so that Lawrence will have to suffer really early on.
Yeah, dicey situations for both Conviction solo laners here. You see Philip really taking the fight to Lawrence in that top lane early on here, forced him to miss out on that siege minion, and has been denying CS the whole laning phase long. He's got himself nearly a whole wave ahead of Lawrence at this stage, just 4 minutes in. Lawrence trying to channel that recall, actually gets it interrupted there on the mini-map. Doxa was at least able to get back, pick up a Darksteel, refillable potion, boots, and get back in there. But Lawrence is kind of locked into this matchup, and Philip keeps on dominating it. He's going to keep that fight going. And once again, Lawrence finds himself short on CS and short on health.
Yeah, and here is Kenby ready on the side, taking the Crocs. The wave is way too thin to try and force something up here just now, but there's a good chance that they can try and go for it, although Lawrence is smelling it, and yeah, he's going to check here on the buy. They know that 100% the buy is here, so it's going to prompt away any sort of attempt in this situation. It's probably just going to be push this wave from Philip into runaway.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a win for Lawrence to see that Kenvy's there and be able to act accordingly to avoid a potential dive. Not going to be able to stop the steal of the Krugs, not going to be able to get himself anything really meaningful in the advantage department, but at least keeps his life. First blood still up for grabs. Lawrence going to be able to finally take that recall and come back in with a little bit of money spent. And given that Citadel is indexing into the tier of the Goddess, particularly Philip is indexing into the tier of the Goddess, going to have fair amount of combat power, at least for the time being, but immediately kind of squanders it, goes a little aggro for this trade, and Philip is going to win out on it hard. Philip just making a huge miscalculation on what he can get done, and now he's flashless, TP-less, and at 200 health.
Yeah, that was a really big misconception from Philip to try and think that he could take any sort of trade in that situation, and he was the one that started it. He actually was forcing it until he saw that it wasn't going to work out. Bradley may be dead here. He does have ulti.
Yeah, there's going to be the shuffle away. Nice timing on the shifting sands. Bradley able to get back over the wall. You know, while we're talking about top lane, you can notice Nightstar and Pika Pika kind of doing something similar in the bottom lane. That interrupted recall earlier on from Instinct has really left him on the back foot, but now Lawrence getting all into by Philip once again. Lawrence with nowhere to go, and Philip solo kill, first blood, completes the cash out from Lawrence's mistake earlier.
Yeah, blast to the face, and dead Lawrence has, Maddie
caught in transit, wasn't able to get the shield up in time, flashes the wall, but already ignited. An Instinct predicting with a Mystic shot. We'll make it 2-0 for Citadel in the early phase, and that gets Instinct right back into it.
Yeah, and the biggest thing from that play comes from the fact that we didn't talk much about it, but can be essentially almost 20 minions ahead of Maddie right now, 2 levels ahead of Maddie, and that's why there is the ultimate to follow up onto that engage from the Leona. But that is such a big difference in the jungle alone that makes it so that now the control of the map that they are able to get is going to be much more ideal for Citadel. Plus, the kill that you give to Instinct means that this bot lane back to square one. Ezreal completely fine now. He's going to get his summoner back, and as long as he keeps on farming, everything is going to work out for them.
Yeah, tough ask here. Be able to contest Kenvy when you're down in levels, when you're down in XP, 2-level advantage over to him right now. So Maddie just needs to start finding ways to scoop up some camps and get himself back involved. That early dragon goes over with ease, and now 30 seconds to go until the grubs. I don't know if Maddie's going to be able to stage a defense of this with how top lane is going for Lawrence and where his own levels are at. It's going to be a tough contest.
Yeah, it's looking really difficult, and I don't think it's going to be worth it at this point to try and throw everything for the grubs. At the very least, not for now, as we see once again the trading. Philip doing a pretty good job at just trying to threaten Lawrence at every point that he can, and even when he was solo killed just a while ago, Lawrence is still being as aggressive as he can. Virtue of the champion being able to get such good traits and so much shielding value.
All right, nice move by Lawrence there. Dodges out of the shock blast this time, but unfortunately, I don't know if that on its own is going to offset the level difference. Now Lawrence looking for a big escape onto Kenvi, connects the public execution, but will he be able to get out of here? Cease and desist going to be available before too long. He just flashes to pursue. Kenvi not able to finish it off. A flash shock blast from Philip will connect and secure feat of warfare to Citadel.
And I think that was originally the idea that Citadel wanted to go for. Go for the trade into giving the kill to Philip by the shock blast. That's why Kenvi at the end kind of goes away before getting the kill and almost kind of throws it out. But at the end, it works out. They get the kill, and with that kill, they are now able to get even more control from the top lane. The grobs are falling down. You also get the push into the top lane, which means that more plates for this Jace, and difference from top lane alone is going to be scary.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a tough laning phase all around for Lawrence here as he continues to fall further and further behind. Maddie trying to sneak away some camps to get himself back into this. Is able to secure the smite. Now he's got level 6.
Oh,
He
no.
find an opportunity to channel the ultimate to get out of here. It's not looking likely. Bradley gonna pick up his first kill of the game, and Conviction, they sent some backup, not able to arrive in time. They're gonna have to head back to where they came from.
And it really feels like it's all falling down to both Nightstar and Doxa. Because Doxa at the very least is 0-0-0, and then Nightstar is 0-0-0 as well, but has a 90 CS to 66 CS lead over Instinct, which it can be quite an important difference maker, especially if he can get towards his lethality like the analyst was talking about. The lethality barriers this game is so good because you don't need to have a lot to be able to find a lot of value. Ooh, Doxa?
Doxa looking for the solo bolo, and I think needs it here. Can he reach? It's a flash in from Bradley. Shuffles it back under the turret, and Bradley comes up the better. A solo kill to him. Maddie got a full send in here. Conviction desperately trying to salvage the game. He misses the Comet Spear, and it's disaster for Conviction in mid. Bradley's 3-0.
Yeah, they are throwing everything to win the game, but it turns out they are throwing everyone and losing the game anyway. That was Maddie doing his utmost to be able to go back to that kill, and oh, now Nightstar may die. Vi has ulti.
Nightstar overextended. Here comes the cease and desist. They're going to try to chase him down. Diamond's on the flank, stalled up by Pika, but it's only going to delay the inevitable. Instinct able to pick up the kill. Diamond doesn't even get his name on it. And it is 7-0 to Citadel. We were hoping for a different result than we saw in the upper finals, but this is already looking more one-sided, TDS.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the right words to talk about this, because like it's disaster after disaster. I don't think it's tragic. I think it's just miserable, to put it like that, as Philip will get another kill against Lawrence, one more for the bag, and this game is just so difficult to try and see how the outcome is going to keep on improving for Conviction, because originally my point was going to be that Nightstar opting into lethality was a really good thing this game, because even when behind, lethality gives you the raw damage stats so that when you get 2 items you can deal with the squishes really well. Ooh, Doxa. Okay, he's fine.
Connect this charm once again, and you know, been looking okay throughout this game. Number 1 on his comfortable Akali Ari, but not able to come on up with any kills to his name, and now substantially behind Bradley after a couple of plays go wrong. You see Conviction, they're playing a little fast and loose with it. They need to make some of these aggressive low percentage plays happen to have hopes of coming back from a 5k deficit at 12 minutes. And, you know, Citadel's not the team to give those up. They're going to capitalize on the high percentage plays handed over to them, and they are successfully pulling themselves further and further ahead. Conviction, I think it might very well get worse before this game is over.
Hey, who knows? We have to believe that there's always a chance there. Also, importantly, one of the most funny things that I've noticed is that Pika is currently 0-0-0. Actually, the support is the only member that has not died yet for the team, which is something that essentially almost never happens. Maybe this can be something positive for the side of Conviction to try and work with, because like you were mentioning with the low percentage plays, the problem is that with the way that the game has been going, before they were 50-50s, now after it was becoming 60-40s, they feel like they are 25-75s now. Like they are really, really low, and the more they lose out on some of these traits, it's going to become even worse.
Yeah, that is very likely to be the outcome here. Conviction got to play to their outs, got to look for these chances. They're going to take the 2 versus 2 here. Pika getting focused down first. Diamond is too tanky with the Eclipse, but Instinct did get knocked up here. Nightstar looking for an angle to fire away. Buys time for Doxa to arrive and pick up the shutdown.
Really
big call out on the charm from Doxa, and that very well may pick up a second kill to Conviction Star. Well done by them, pulling themselves 2 back.
Yeah, Lawrence may be dead here, but it's important that they get something there. So he's going to die in this situation, lose the turret, and
wow,
that is a good use of the wall.
I mean, he flashes over, but he's just going to run into Bradley here on his way down. I don't think there's a world where he gets out of this. Maddie going to try to run interference, but Bradley arrives all the same, and he will claim that kill.
Maddie must feel so merciful with the fact that he tries to stun someone, point and click, and then he just dashes away.
Oh, hook connects from Pika, but Kenvi getting right back in there with the cease and desist. Gets some good damage on Doxa to start things off. He flashes after Kenvi playing DPS. Looks to cut down the mid laner. Philip coming in from the top side. And 2 more go into the pockets of Citadel.
Respect the play there, but I think with no ultimate on the area, it's going to be really difficult to be able to follow up on that play. So they end up paying the price with their lives as Nightstar is looking to be the next victim. And he does have flush.
Nightstar hiding out underneath the turret. They're going to look for a little bit more here. They connect the solar flare. Will force out the cleanse, and that's all they need. They're going to get first turret here. Actually, this is second turret. And they secure themselves even more of a lead. It's 7K now over to Citadel.
It's a really nice lead to have. I would say having a 5-0 Azir and a 3-0 Jace probably would be the dream of a lot of the teams that play with champions, especially with the way that Seer will want to work this game. The stronger he is with more stats, it's just going to be really difficult to stop from trying to force the engages or the Shurima shuffle. So this game going to be really difficult to put a stop onto Bradley as they're trying to get some gold back, trying to get this turret here. But Nightstar may put himself once again in really big danger because it's going to be Diamond here, but Kenvi is also coming really quick.
It's now going to be fighting the lockdown onto Pika, who's up just a little bit too far. TP being channeled. This is both Doxa and Lawrence trying to send themselves into this play. Already 2 members down, including Maddie, but they're going to be able to dash back in and get another reset on towards Doxa. Now Kenvi in a 3 versus 1 situation. Philip is TP'd over the play, but he might be a little bit too late. He cuts down 1, takes down a second. Both carries are demolished by Philip, and he's going to look to make it 3. Bradley, the one who walks away with the kill credit, and Citadel collapse on the play and win it out yet again.
And that was technically a 5v4 because Instinct in the meanwhile was just pushing mid lane, trying to get more gold in his favor, and this is not the result that DMB is trying to look for. They did get the shutdown onto Nightstar, which at the very least a huge influx of gold, but it's really not working out in the way that they are trying to make it. The plays, they have to be high risk, but the reward is really not being good enough to really merit those plays, and then it's going to just keep on getting harder and harder for them. They are not able to stop it. Here, everyone trying to salvage, not sure if it was to salvage Pika or just to force a play, but Nightstar also failed the Chains of Corruption. So just to lock down the CC, the amount of damage that you have in this position, it's going to be very, very low as,
Pika found once again. True Shot Barrage comes through, claims the credit for Instinct, and Maddie sees them from the top side, but knows that this portion of the jungle is just off limits now. Lawrence going to do his best to clean up the baby Krugs, but Rift Herald claimed by Citadel. They maintain and increase their lead even further. More and more pressure across the map and very, very few opportunities to actually take any fights for them here. They're going to have a 2 versus 1 opportunity the bottom side. Once Kenvi shows up here, you better believe that Conviction are just going to take every little opportunity they can get for themselves to try to find a foothold in this game. Calling over the defense up against this Rift Herald. Lawrence camping in the brush, looking to see if he can catch somebody unawares. We'll just cut down the Herald, though.
Maddie able to escape there, doesn't even need to blow anything to try and run away there, but it's going to be another rotation after that Herald crushing in the top side to try and go for the Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. The big thing here is the complete control that Citadel has, not only after those kills that are already massive, but the fact that they got so much control that Doxa.
Oh, nice combo there. I mean, Philip just sees Doxa coming in. Doxa barely stays alive. Can we get a look for him? Jeez. Playing with fire a little bit there. Doxa able to dodge out this time. As he comes in, Philip just sees him, smacks him back into the wall, and says, "Hey, Kenvi, come on in. You want a piece of this? You're Trinity Force Vi."
I would say though, technically speaking, advantage Doxa there, because he does get the flash from Philip, and they didn't blow anything from Doxa apart from his ultimate. So small victories, but you have to make them count whenever you can, as they are taking the third dragon of the game, the Infernal Soul Point in the favor of Citadel, and it really feels like as soon as they reach that soul point, they can just try and run down everyone and kill them.
Now, and they do manage to pick on up yet another for the side of Citadel. Going to be on Soul Point now. One away from the Infernal Soul, and fewer and fewer opportunities to fight back. Bradley just going to challenge this Ambessa to a 1v1. As Brandon Diamond coming in on the side, going to be able to get the lockdown. There's Solar Flare. They will successfully complete this unfair fight. Maddie throwing himself on in there. Now just going to be a little bit out of position. He's cut off on the other side, and he will be easily finished off by Instinct and Diamond. And once again, Conviction just full sending it on everybody they see, and it will not be enough.
Yeah, the shield works the same way as Brum. It goes one side. Oh, Nightstar is dead now. Well, maybe they actually can bait this. Oh.
Yeah, no, going on forward. Going to be able to lock down onto Kenvi. Kenvi nearly going to get taken out. Nightstar.
It worked.
What he wants that credit, but Philip comes in from the bottom. Going to be able to clean him up without issue. And Doxa forced to retreat with the Spirit Rush. That is 2 kills to 1 in favor of Citadel.
Look, 1-for-1 in that situation, probably working out really great there. And then also, yes, you do lose Lawrence up there in the top side, but at the very least, there was something that you were able to get back as Instinct jumping in, and you actually make the kill here.
Ooh,
oh, the minions
trying to finish off something, but he doesn't have the Spirit Rush. Maddie charging in. Charm connects at max distance on towards Diamond, and now Instinct going to be the next target, but gets to shift back away yet again. Returning fire onto Maddie. Very well could be able to finish him off here, and there goes Diamond with the lockdown. Instinct on a killing spree, while the rest of Conviction tries to chase him down. He might get Pika too. Able to dodge out on it this time. Still, it's Maddie for nothing. Lawrence coming in on the side, going to full send it onto Philip here, seeing if he can clean him up, connects the public execution, and here comes Nightstar from the bottom, doesn't get the piercing arrow. Doxa coming in on the side, just got Spirit Rush back up, immediately going to spend it to connect that charm and shut down gold over to Lawrence.
So the positives are that you are getting shutdowns from certain places. The problem is that those shutdowns are not nearly enough to cover the 12,000 gold lead that Citadel does have right now. As they are taking the Arakan down, they are pushing into the base. Philip got a tier 3 turret while you were trying to kill the Ezreal on the Leona. And then how at this point in the game, Baron buff, the only reason why they don't have it is because it's not spawning yet. Because if not, this would have been an objective for them way before.
Yeah, this would have been a 20-minute Baron game if 20-minute Baron still spawned. But for the time being, they're just going to have to settle for Otacon. Pretty much every objective on the map swept away by the likes of Citadel. A perfect game objectives-wise for them here, as they have maintained all 6 of their turrets outside of the base, well as getting themselves every dragon, Rift Herald, and Grub.
I really hate Maddie.
Envy, yeah, just keeping the bullying up onto Maddie, maintaining a 2-level lead in the jungle matchup. Not an easy task. Maddie will be forced to flash back away. Kenvi dives in. Here comes Depth Charge, going to connect only onto Bradley. No follow-up available. Lawrence doesn't have the public execution. And meanwhile, Philip is demolishing the base, so Conviction going to have to call it quits on this attempted 5 versus 4. Not even confident that they'd be able to win that one. Sun connects onto Diamond. They're going to follow it up with an arrow. Diamond pretty much just shrugs it off. Lawrence, the one who's taken the most damage in this exchange so far. Just trying to clear out the wave, but already pushed on back by the poke of Citadel. Mid lane inhibitor's already down. Doxa takes half his health from a shock blast. And Citadel keep this siege going.
Yeah, the gold is not for show. They are certainly doing the damage that they need to do. They are doing as much as possible to try and deal with them. And taking down the turrets plus an inhibitor going to be really ideal for the side of Citadel. Now, it's Conviction. What really can they find? They have to go for this Hail Mary play, but it's not connecting. And it means that it's 2 flashes, or actually 1 ulti for the flash from Bradley, and nothing more after that.
Yeah, tough ask to be able to contest here. Up against anything that Citadel are going to be able to throw at you. And so they sweep away a decent chunk of the base on one big push, getting the full mid lane as well as the inhibitor turret out of bot side. Keeping the pressure on. Philip just going to get the jump on a Lawrence here. He's got a 2-level advantage, and he nearly one-shots him. That's through Ninja Tabby. That's what a full item lead will do for you. and Philip going to be able to just force out his lane opponent yet again. He keeps up the pressure topside. Diamond looking for the engage, looking to close it out right here with the solar flare, but it doesn't matter. He's able to cut down Maddie. Philip coming in from the top side. Cease and desist gets thrown on a Night Star. They're just taking any fight that they can get. Kenvi going to throw away his life for that one. It's a hook back in. This 4-on-4 might be the best opportunity the Conviction are going to have. Philip loses most of his health, but Doxa loses his life. It's another kill over to Citadel. And there's only 3 members left to Conviction Star to try to defend this base.
Yeah, they are going to try and do everything in their power to try and stop it, but I don't think, oh, Night Star maybe dead again.
Knockdown, finished off by Instinct. Pika Pika with nothing to do. Nobody to provide the damage for his own lockdown. Bradley shuffles in, takes another one for himself. Maddie's respawned and forced back inside the fountain. And a dominant game number 1 out of the newly qualified NACL team. Citadel are going to start off this series right, and they're going to extend their record against Conviction to 6-0 this ACL season.
Well, maybe it's actually just that Citadel, now that they are NACL level, you can say that it's NACL level against just tier 3 level. The difference is massive. But full props to them for how they play the game. That was really controlled, really smart, and also really snowbally. Because as soon as they got that first kill on the Jace, and then moved that into also the kill in the bot lane, it just got completely out of control, barely able to do anything on the side of CMB, and it's going to be a nice turnaround for them for the second game if they want to turn it around, because this is mentally damaging with the way that with this such a dominating way of winning the game in my eyes.
Yeah, definitely a more one-sided game number 1 for Citadel than what we got of the winner's side final the last time we watched these 2 teams face off each other. But I think once again, the story of the game has got to be Bradley's Azir. They first pick it on blue side. They've done this 2 series in a row now that we've watched in ACL, and certainly feels like it's a mistake to give on up, because Bradley once again shows up, has a massive performance, has some great outplays up against Doxa to be able to build the lead, able to go over and get some help from his team to be able to build that lead as well, and then he's just unstoppable in the later game situations. And the other solo lane, Philip, has a massive Jace game, and that especially sucks for Lawrence, because these are both champions that have been pretty integral to Lawrence's champion pool for Conviction this season. So Lawrence is getting his champions beat by his champions, and the full Fearless format really going to fully punish him for that as it plays on out.
Yeah, that's the way that Fearless should work, though. You take his champion, I take my champion, and now you have 2 less champions if I win with it. So all in all, good work for the side of Citadel, and I feel like for a second game, there's not enough that you can really call out to try and improve, because I feel like it really was determined by one play in the early part of the game where it snowballed. So I think that both teams can really just try and reset and play once again like first game didn't happen, because there's really not much that you can take out of it.
Absolutely here. So we're going to hear from the analyst desk in just a few short moments, but first things first, I do want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Zen Market. If you have a longing for a special Japanese item that you can't find locally, they have got a solution for you. Zen Market is your one-stop solution to buying products directly from Japan. They'll help you buy items from over 10,000 shops, as well as place bids on auctions on your behalf, and it'll consolidate all your items safely into one box that can ship internationally. They provide excellent customer service in 19 languages, which is why Zen Market is trusted by over 2 million users worldwide. Check out the panel below the stream or click the link in chat to try them out now. If you sign up with promo code Aegis, you will get 1,000 yen off your first international shipping fee. Thank you again to Zen Market, and after a short word from them, we will hear once again from Quacks and Sean.
迅速な発送ですぐにお届けします。あ、ボクセット？
大丈夫？
でも直接来てくれたの？これって
漫画みたいだったね。
しかも今衣装着てるし、花でもあれば完璧なのに。
完璧だよ。壊れ物だから自分で届けたかったんだ。
あなたって完璧。ありがとう、ゼンマーケット。
Well, there is game number one. Honestly, could have been an email if I'm being completely honest with you, Shonatone. And I know that term is overused, but good lord, Citadel with a dominant game number one. That's the kind of game that you get in solo queue, and the enemy is so tilted that they type BG in the chat instead of GG. That was a tough one. And, you know, Gordo and TDS said it the best. Not only is this physically damaging, that's the kind of game that's mentally damaging. As we look at the gold graph, and I mean, it just tells the most one-sided story ever.
Yeah, I mean, I will slightly push back on the mentally damaging. If I know anything about all 10 of these players, is that the side of Conviction Star is like, oh, this is what we need to do differently. We messed up here. I spent a little bit too long here. XYZ. This is a long series. I think they're still really confident. But to yours and TDS's point, it was extremely one-sided, and it kind of all got started with Philip up in this top lane. We were talking about it. You see his damage, you know, rivaling that of the Azir. Actually just 100 more, or no, I'm dyslexic. That's backwards. Okay. Anyway, point being, he did a lot of damage, and it started off the fireworks for Citadel here with a solo bolo up in that top side. And then from there, it just kind of made it really, really tough. I know you and I were talking about how we liked the way that Maddie showed face early part of that, but when he did that gank on the bot side, it ended up giving so much of an advantage for the likes of Kenvi to then apply some of that pressure on the top side when Philip was just doing so well in the isolated matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a big part of that was, honestly, I mean, you talked about the jungle matchup a little bit. The tempo advantage that Kenvi got right out of the gate, I think, is what allowed for that first blood from Philip to just be, possible. And if we can get a replay on that first blood as well, whenever that one is ready, you can just see how it was done. But, kind of going behind the scenes of that solo bolo a little bit before we get it on the screen, it really felt like a big reason of that was because you have Kenvi, who does a full clear into reset and then looks for the enemy's Krugs all before Maddie has the opportunity to even go for a reset and look for an aggressive play. And because of that, he scrambles. He can't be there for the topside play. And Philip is able to just basically do with this lane as he pleases. That flash had to be burned earlier, so it allowed Philip to play extra aggressively. We talked about this matchup in the draft, and it just feels like we said Lawrence has to hang on until level 6, but he didn't really get that chance. I mean, look at this. As soon as the public execution is available for the Ambessa, Philip says, all right, I can go on in, procs the grasp, gets a full combo down, and Lawrence tries to ult, but it's just too late. It just went downhill from here. I feel like a big, basically one-sentence story of this game is Conviction Star were close in a couple of instances, but then the lore accurate, or should I say arcane accurate, Jace showed up and started blasting children. Literally.
Yeah, I just it very lore accurate. Obviously, Jace versus Ambessa. We did see that play out with Vi on the side with Jace as well. So you got all your
very
lore there.
Coded.
But yeah, no, Kenvi's early invade, he actually got the respawn of the Raptors into the Krugs as well because Maddie went down on that bottom side. And I just think that from that trade there, after you've burned your TP, most people will tell you, hey, you know your conditions now, you're without TP, you're without flash. And you just go and trade that hard as your jungler is pathing away from you, starting on the bottom side. You know you have at least 3 waves worth that you're going to have to deal with by yourself unless your jungler drops everything. I thought it was really, really nice punish there by Philip, and he was able to extend that lead, and we were able to see the rest of Citadel kind of just know that, okay, we don't need to worry about the top side of the map. We can play on these 2 lanes where they started winning some of these fights.
Absolutely, but I mean, Citadel wasn't the only big breadwinner of this game. Obviously, Kenvi had a little bit less of a flashy game on the Vi, was the big engage tool sometimes to the detriment of his own KDA, but still provided a ton of opportunities for Bradley and protected Bradley from a ton of times where he could have potentially been taken down. One of those is going to be a replay that we are going to have shortly And I feel like, at around the even 12-minute mark, this game just felt so unbelievably insurmountable for Conviction that they basically just tried anything. So we have Lawrence running away here. Kenvi actually does have the cease and desist, but saves it because he's a good jungler and wants to give his mid laner the kill. But then you can kind of paint a picture here. It's 2v3, Kenvi still holding on to that ult. There's also the Emperor's Divide available. Pika flashes on in. And then from here, you would say, okay, maybe Conviction have a chance, but I feel like that ult, kind of separates the pressure that Conviction can put on. And then Kenvi is just so tanky at this point in the mid game. And it feels like Conviction don't deal enough damage. A bit of a flex kill there as he actually uses the AoE from the E to get the kill. I mean, a 2v3 like that plays out in that exact way, and I feel like if you're on the receiving end of it, it definitely doesn't feel good, but just shows that not only was Philip dominant, but the mid jungle that we were hyping up so much in the draft as well, Sean, just absolutely wiped the floor with Conviction in that mid game.
And I mean, speaking of that mid jungle, we just saw before that replay right there, Conviction making the play on the bot side using that Ahri ultimate to get some of those kills, right? And then so when your ult economy is down and these things are so pivotal and part of how your composition functions, and then you're still going to take a fight right there in the top side when it's kind of just like, hey, let's just let Lawrence die, then we'll recollect and everything like that. They still have both ultimates available.
Yeah.
You may try to make that play really tough right there. I love that Conviction throughout the entirety of the game was still trying to look for stuff, still trying to find plays and everything like that. But I do think that the wallets started coming in and the ease of execution is on both sides. But when you have ease of execution plus money, it's really easy.
And I really appreciated TDS's commentary on some of those trade plays that were, made by Citadel / Conviction. I mean, on one hand, you had Conviction looking for plays on the bot side where they actually ended up getting a kill onto Philip. He was trying to use those Cinders to escape, but the charm lands. They got a kill on that Jace. But then on the other end, it was the Otacon that was being taken on the top side, right? So it kind of felt like every time Citadel managed to claw in something, or rather Conviction Star managed to claw in something, Citadel were either on the other side of the map or other part of the map, just straight up ready to respond. As we are going to fire our third and final replay of game number 1 here on the bot side. And it just kind of felt like this was the mid-game fight that sort of told you how the result was going to go here for game number 1. So instant 2 kills going over to Citadel. And we can see a bit of a fight back here from Conviction. They actually have very favorable conditions, but this is what I'm saying. This is the sentence to live by in game number 1. Everything looks all right, potentially, until Philip shows up with his shot blast double kill over to the top laner of Citadel, and then humble as he is, gives it over to Bradley. That bot side play just kind of felt like the final send-off, if you will, to this game number 1. And from there, it didn't really matter what Conviction did, as Citadel would be able to respond, and they were able to just break down the base and continue pushing once those tier 3 turrets fell.
Yeah, I really did feel like that was actually a really good look from Conviction. Obviously, if the change of the corruption land, I think there's a lot more lower health bars. Maybe you can get some more resets with Ahri's ultimate right there. But you said it's a full sentence. Everything looks good until Philip shows up. I think it's just one word for this game 1, and it's just Philip. He was able to just absolutely, technically, sure,
yeah. Screwdriver. Give me a screwdriver.
Yeah. But he was able to, exert so much pressure on the map. They were able to get the first tower top. And Bessa was really out of the game from essentially after that TP right there. But, as we're going into game 2 right here on the draft, I don't think, since we're on the same sides, we'll see any changes in the bans per se. Unless Conviction is willing. I mean, they what do they ban? 380 carries, so I don't think they'll change anything right there. But generally, sometimes when you're on red side, if you've changed your 2 and 3 bans right there because they're different ones, it's because you maybe want some sort of pairing. But I do think if Conviction Star is looking to stay on the red side, it's for some sort of counter pick that they're looking to do, or some sort of 1-2 combo that they're looking, that they feel like they can secure on red side that couldn't be secured on blue side.
Maybe they just want to get a straight up more favorable matchup over to Lawrence to try to handicap Philip a little bit after the performance that he put in game number 1. Though I will say Jason and Bessa are two of, I would say, Philip's best characters at the current moment. Obviously, we had seen the tank bans in the second phase, like the Scion, also taken away, which I do believe Philip can also play. But so maybe that's a possibility. Maybe they take the ball away from top lane a little bit and try to focus a bit heavier on the mid and AD carry in game number 2 here. Really show the dimensionality of this team, that they can play through just about anyone and be just as effective. Because that's been honestly a common criticism that I've heard about Citadel, is it feels like it's just way too instinct focused when it comes down to it. It feels like he is really their biggest reliable piece on the board in that early game. And so I think Citadel being able to play the lane through Bradley, being able to play the lane through Philip, is going to be a really big telling of where we could see them go in the NACL summer and potentially beyond. As we are just going through the bans here, the Zig's going to be the last of Citadel, and Conviction changing it up a little bit, banning that Rumble and taking away a top laner from Philip.
Yeah, for sure. So we do see slight ones. And again, see, this is the weird thing right here. I think, you take the Rumble away, but then it's like, it's damned if you don't ban the Rumble because it'll be first pick. But then Talia will be taken away. So now, you're in this position where I think Talia, as you said, both of these laners really enjoyed this pick. We had already talked about the mid jungle 2v2, but no Pantheon, no Vi available for that kind of easy style point and click. Heck, no Nautilus or Leona, so the amount of good pairings with this Talia is less. But she's just going to throw another rock no matter what, as we do see the Xin Zhao coming up for Maddie. I like this a lot more for Maddie. Honestly, I think it's just one of his better champions across his entire career. And they don't ban the Jhin because they want to pick it for themselves.
Yeah. I like this. I think that Jhin is a really good lane neutralizer at the end of the day. Really struggles against some of those more aggressive AD carry picks. And it seems like Conviction had a similar read. They take away the Kalista, they take away the Lucian. So now this gives, I think, Jhin a bit of an opportunity to really do his thing, kind of sterilize the bot lane and potentially just deny Instinct some of the resources that he got in game number 1 in that laning phase, as Citadel are going to throw down the Jax hammer. Now, Sean, I know you're a ball knower, and I know that you know that this could probably go jungle, but for those of you who don't know, this champ is really strong in the jungle right now. I can't help but say it, as Citadel are going to throw down the Kai'Sa. This is the champion that I most closely associate with Instinct, personally, Sean. But honestly, this is a good matchup for Jhin. I think Kai'Sa is one of those characters that can get neutralized by this pick.
Yep. I am a bit interested. I do think that this Jax is just... Oh, thank God. Oh, we get Doxa Zoe. Let's go. Okay, this is where the Doxa diff was born from. Let me bring you back to a time
give me some history.
All right, Doxa Zoe is legit just known for absolutely popping off. Obviously, it was a different type of Zoe back then. Her numbers were a lot better, but her E-sleep didn't give that MR reduction that it does now. If you've watched Yamada's video, she's a great spellbook user, and spellbook is so incredibly strong right now. This pick right here is so good. Also, I love it into Talia. I love it into a Jax jungle as well. It's fantastic right here. This is the kind of spice that I need from Conviction, where they're pulling out stuff that they know how to operate. Jhin, Zoe landing the W onto a sleep, and then hopefully we're going to get a little bit more damage. But the one thing that they really do need for the side is Conviction is almost like a Giga tank. So I'm expecting for them to pick support again on 4 and then get the most advantageous matchup in top lane that most likely is a Juggernaut or just pure tank.
Yeah, I could see something like a Scion maybe being a plausible pick here.
Scion, Ornn, Mundo, something like
Mundo,
that.
Yep. Honestly, I could see Mundo being really, really effective here because Talia can't really deal with Mundo. Jax can't stun the Mundo due to the canister, so you can kind of ignore that crowd control. I like that shout as we're done with the ban. Citadel kind of having potentially a different read instead of a Giga Tanker, maybe anticipating a Bruiser to come out here from Lawrence. But Conviction, regardless, going to slam down the Rel. Just give R5 counter over to top lane yet again. Try to give Lawrence a little bit of an easier time than he had in game number 1. So now the big glaring question is, what exactly is Philip thinking about going? He's just gonna go for the Scion, deny that away from Conviction. I also think that this is a really good champion when you have things like the Kai'Sa. It just gives her such an easy entrance into a lot of these fights with the killer instinct, and Instinct, conveniently enough, is, going to just be absolutely wreaking havoc in this game if these supporting pieces can be built around him, which it seems like the draft is more leaning towards. But Sean, going back to the Zoe a little bit, hold on, we got cook after cook after cook, Pike, ladies and gentlemen, in the bot lane. And Sean, I see a reaction. Walk us through where your head's at with this one.
Oh man, this Pike is about to slaughter some people. I really think it's going to be so incredibly hard, especially like we saw what happened in game 1. If the same type of early game happens and Diamond is able to just move around this map, yes. Zoe hates this champion. Jen hates this champion. It's really, really hard to get on to him. But I do think though, if Doxa is able to get ahead, as we do have that Gwen locked in, so they don't really have the Giga Tank for them, but they have someone who, there are 3 melee champions
that can deny the Giga Tanks on the other team.
Yeah, so. Exactly. I kind of almost thought that maybe they might look at something like a Gragas to kind of like split up some of these fights and stuff like that. But obviously they have a different read right here. I do think that the 2 interesting picks of this draft are the 2 ones to watch in terms of like the success for the team, whereas I think the more standard picks of the Jax for Citadel and then the Gwen for Conviction are 2 of the ones that I'm like really looking at as like they are really, really good into the entirety of the enemy comps chosen. Yeah, there's a lot of auto attack enhancements on the side of Conviction Star, and being able to just counter strike all of that is going to be really, really useful. And I do think that Kenvi is kind of set up into a position where he doesn't necessarily have to answer a lot of negative conditions for his lanes. He doesn't have to necessarily gank, is what I'm trying to say. He can kind of just do him, go for those camps, get level 6, get items, and then become the late game Jax monster that we all know and don't love, but absolutely hate when it's on the enemy team. But on the other end, I am really interested to see how Doxa Zoe plays out in this matchup, because I mean, I'm a youngster, Sean, at least compared to you. We know.
So I wasn't there for the doc. Yeah. I'm here calling you old in 4K. I wasn't here for the Doxa Zoe. I only know Samikin Zoe. So how many Samikins out of 10 would you say Doxa Zoe measures up against? I mean, it's a little bit different. I also think it's a little bit of a disservice. You wouldn't say how many LeBron Jameses does a Michael Jordan get, right? Like fair. So, but Doxa Zoe, I mean, I really do think that this spell book's going to come in handy, because like if you're able to get these solo kills, or you're able, with the likes of like Spellbook combined with like the W passive, right, with the picking up of the summoner spells, I really think it's going to be really, really good. I think both of these teams in some ways thrive off of the chaos. I do think that Philip's job this game though is really, really easy. Eat the sleeps, eat the Gen Ws, right, and then just be this massive Giga Tank. He understands his role is the complete antithesis of what he previously did in game 1. All he has to do is survive and provide space for the rest of his team. But to answer the question for the youngin over here, Doxa diff came from this Zoe. He won C-Lol because of this champion, and they also did the B1 Nautilus Gambit for anyone who knows, in chat. But I'm just really excited that we saw something like this. Obviously, it's answered with Citadel, with Diamond on this Pike, man. Oh my God, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. It's going to be really crazy. I know the casters are most likely
really excited just about draft at long. So I'm pretty sure they're ready to get into this. I'm excited to see this. And then you can tell me how many Samikins out of whatever is what this Doxa Zoe is when we get back in here.
All right, absolutely. And just quick, Sean, giving you just a one word prediction on who is going to win game number 2. You asked me this for game number 1. What do you think for game number 2? Just quick.
Chat.
All right, I love it. We are going to send it over to our main casters. Give a warm welcome back to Gordo and TDS. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Quacks. You asked for one word, you got one word. Hoping for a chat win in this game at number 2. We got the Zoe, we got the Pike. Got a little bit of diversity in the champion select this time around from what we saw the last time these teams faced off. Let's see if Doxa will be able to show us what we need from him on this Zoe to be able to come on up and keep this series close. Citadel grouped up as 5, trying to take advantage of the Pike selection. Camping out in this mid lane long brush, has not spotted out Pika Pika. Pika Pika has not spotted out him until now. Pika Pika calls it out, retreats away, probably throw down a defensive ward, and should be just fine at evading any potential level 1 shenanigans. Although he stays a little long, tanks some rocks from Bradley. Diamond could fish with the harpoon. Instinct finds Nightstar, who does not win this level 1 exchange. And Citadel invading on both sides successfully on 2 fronts, although they realize they have a numbers advantage over here. Kenvi going to suffer the consequences of trying to invade 2 places at the same time. 3 members visible on bot side means that have a numbers advantage top side. Are they going to be able to interrupt this? This is getting real dicey for the Conviction bot lane.
They really want to stop this, but more than likely Nightstar will back. The problem realistically here is that he's going to miss the whole wave. Yeah, he misses the whole wave there. They are already pushing so much of what they are able to do down there on the bot side. Really positive thing though, they did blow the flash from Kenvi. So a win on one side is a loss on the other. You have to get the best out of it whenever you can, and at the very least for now, Conviction is at a point where they do get something back.
Yeah, I mean, Nightstar's going to be mega behind in bottom lane. Yeah. That's a little goofy how this played on out. I mean, Pika Pika saw them from minute 0, and yet it still plays out this way. Now they're going to be able to be aggressive with this Pike. They hook him in. Pika Pika's at half. Level 2 going to be achieved by Instinct and Diamond. Miles ahead. Doxa and Bradley, though, exchanging blows in mid lane. And there's the Doxa diff. Picks up, or doesn't even pick it up, uses his own ignite, and comes up with first blood.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what exactly... Oh, no, he's fine. I'm not exactly sure what exactly was the choice there by Bradley, but it's a solo kill for Doxa. Really good start compared to the previous game, and this means that now finally Conviction, I think for the first time in the whole series, actually has a lead.
Yeah, I mean, there may have been brief moments of CS advantages. Oh man, Lawrence dashes in right as the Soul Furnace explodes, and Philip 2 games in a row with the solo kill against Lawrence.
Well, that wasn't good for Doxa now, because even though he is ahead thanks to that kill, the top lane now dying, and one of your main power points in the form of the Gwen, because one of the main champions that will deal the most consistent damage against the Sion, being behind against the Sion means that you're going to be taking way too long to finally come back and be effective in the game, as both junglers are bot side, but realistically the one that should have the most impact is Maddie.
Yeah, looking for Maddie to be able to spin around one of these matchups in his team's favor. Very strong on the Xin Zhao. Counterpicked on the Jax, though. So we will have to see if he's going to be able to evade Kenvi as that 1 versus 1. The ability to dodge the Xin Zhao auto attacks makes a big difference. He's got a lot of abilities invested over into those auto attacks. There's going to be quite a bit of damage coming in on Doxa. Diamond flashes forward menacingly, casts no abilities, and play will stop right there. Kenvi waiting in the wings. Conviction able to back away.
So I think we were just panning to mid lane, but if I'm not wrong, the flash came from Diamond just as his Q was expiring. So I think it just went down as he was going to throw it onto Nightstar, and that's why it looked so goofy at the end there.
Yeah, pulls on in. Pika Pika getting a little bit of damage harassed onto him, but all in all, able to be sustained through.
Now, still good enough, yeah.
flanking in on the side here. Blows being exchanged on both sides. Nightstar going to be pinned underneath that tower. They will be able to stay and continue farming this time around, so not going to suffer the same fate that they did at level 1. And Lawrence doing just fine as he returns to this lane. At the very least, you know, it's bad to get solo killed in any matchup, but at the very least, the Scion isn't going to turn that into combat power that will then force the Gwen out of lane any more than he would otherwise.
True. At the very least, things should stay just a little bit consistent enough that it's not going to be the end of the world. Oh, Instinct.
Yeah, fighting on towards Instinct here. Going to be able to take him down below half HP. Flashing forward, Nightstar able to take him down in the 2 versus 2. And Conviction Star getting themselves on the board in 2 different lanes. Meanwhile, Lawrence getting cut off by Philip here, and Kenvi en route to try to turn it back around. Snip going to take Philip low, but not low enough, as Kenvi finishes off the kill and ties the scoreboard at 2-2.
Yeah, sadly for Lawrence, those are kid Caesars. They are not as hurtful or as damaging as normal Caesars. So not going to be enough to take a trade there. Still, they get a kill on the bot side. Really good play coming in, particularly by Pika Pika, forcing initial play onto Instinct, forcing both summoners and still being able to get the kill. Maddie responding with the dragon down here in the bot side is a really good thing for them, since they didn't get anything at all in the previous game. Finally getting some objectives in their favor, and what they can turn this into is going to be the important part. First the dragon, then maybe the Grobs and the Herald.
Really good stuff there for Conviction, in a much better position this game than they were in the prior game, but not in a firm lead either. The gold going to faintly favor Citadel. Call that even with the first dragon pickup. They do have themselves quite a bit of scaling power now with this Gwen in the top lane, actually with a level advantage now. They clear out the wave just a little bit faster, and Lawrence going to be able to crash this in. Time to be able to have some movement around the map and potentially work on this Scuttle Crab. Meanwhile, Diamond, as Sean called out on the analyst desk, going to have some more time this game to be unlocked from the laning phase, and that's exactly what you want on the Pike. So sticking around the mid lane, going to try to punish Doxa here for a portal forward, but Doxa able to jump right back.
Yeah, looking a little bit too scary in that situation, probably respecting the fact that maybe there was someone else there, as there's a pullback, there's a little bit of attention onto Kemby, and not much going to come through, although they do have slightly more members just now because Philip was in closer proximity to the play, but with Maddie also coming in, probably not going to be ideal. Oh.
Nice sleep connected there by Doxa. I don't think going to follow up at the Paddle Star this time, but able to at least disrupt his recall. Meanwhile, Maddie and Kenvi find each other in the jungle, calling over Pika Pika for some support. Diamond going to be here as well. Doxa could be the difference maker. Coming over the wall, not quite going to connect onto Kenvi. Now going to get found by Diamond on the other side. Going to try to flash out the safety. Gets a little bit of sparkles on the spite, but still taking tons of damage from Diamond. Will be able to finish off Kenvi. They get Diamond as well. It's a 2-for-1 so far. TP in from Bradley, but he finds himself immediately knocked up, and the rest of Conviction looking to close this out with their numbers advantage. Knockup coming on across, going to connect on a 2. Philip with a massive decimating smash turns the play back around. Bradley flips in 2, but Maddie trying to fight it back out, will not be able to make it happen. Philip turns that play on its head and gets himself up to 3-0, but Doxa has respawned, and Doxa is going to look to close out another. It's a shutdown onto Philip, now getting beaten on by the zombie, but desperate to finish up the kill on a Bradley. He'll do it before Philip trades it back. So many kills exchanged. Doxa dies twice, but also comes up massive on the play.
Yeah, ends up finding back something, because in the process also you can see it. Kemby died the first and was already doing grobs. He at the very least got 1, but that fight salvaged pretty much by Philip. Double knockup there when they were getting collapsed on or trying to get corralled on into the base from Conviction, ends up saving the fight. And even though they don't get a lot of value from the side of Citadel with important members, most of it went to the Scion. It's still a good fight to try and force here. Initially it could have been much better if the Scion hits Doxa here. Really slight angle that Doxa is able to move to the side. If he gets hit by the Scion, he probably dies way earlier, and the fight looks different. Oh, Maddie?
At the end of the day, I believe that was a 5-for-4 if you count Doxa dying twice.
Yeah.
Back on a Maddie. Gonna get another kill into the pockets of Citadel here as they close out 2-for-1 in the Grubs department. And let's finish off this replay. You can't miss it.
Yeah, no, the important part really comes after this, because this should have been a pretty easy advantage for the side of Conviction, but this double knockup perfectly timed as well, just to get the maximum amount of damage and also give Bradley space to flash away and try and run away. I think this probably could have also worked out better if Maddie gets pulled over the wall instead of just over the edge, but it's enough to get the kills. And then the bubble, you see the follow-up, Doxa getting the kill here. I also thought it was going to be much easier for them to try and get the kill. Maybe there was not enough time to get the shield from the Sion once more, but still, even though it's a 5-4-4 where you, like you mentioned, considering the Zoe dying twice, it's overall not a bad fight for Conviction, because they did get important damage or important value for their carries. The most important one, the Zoe getting 4 kills. And then on the other side, the Sion getting 4 is not bad, but it's not going to be the big difference maker that you were looking for to get the gold.
And listen, we can't spend the whole stream watching back that fight over and over again, but I bet Analyst Desk is going to look at it. I'm going to call out to that right now. Look at how Doxa finishes off that play, dude. He portals forward, picks up a flash in the process, immediately extends the flash to reposition for his paddle star to finish off Bradley. That is some mastery of the Zoe right there. Very impressive stuff out of Doxa, all just to try to salvage the play and make it a little bit more even, because wow, oh wow, is Philip looking like the MVP of this series.
Yeah, so far.
Games in. He is playing so tremendously, and I can't believe how impactful he's been on this early game Sion. He's got an 1800 gold lead individually.
It's a type of Sion game that you never expect to see, but when you see it, you kind of are happy as an AD carry, because that means that you will have a front line, a damage dealer, and also someone to just soak up everything that should be going your way. As Kemby gets locked down here, not going to die, but actually wait
for the fight. Big magnet storm out of Pika will be able to set up the play onto Kenvi, and they might even get a little bit more. Diamond not tanky on this pike, gonna be forced to retreat. Maddie's back over the wall, connects a knock up on Instinct and evades the harpoon. Now Doxa is
Bradley actually.
Bradley, he's cut on the wrong side of the map, and they're going to look to hunt him down. They got Pika on the job, and Doxa with plenty of mobility gonna look to pressure him here. They find him once again with a portal. Got to be careful to not actually give the kill back over. Pika gets in there, goes aggressive, waiting for Doxa to be able to come back him up. Meanwhile, Lawrence has an all-in angle onto Philip. Will he expend the ultimate to try to escape? He might very well need to. Nope, snipped on down. Lawrence gets the revenge solo kill. Doxa finished off Bradley over the other side of the map, and Conviction, they're right back to even.
Not gonna lie, the fact that a 4-1 Sion can get solo killed by an 0-3 Gwen just like that, makes me doubt that should be the case in the game, but apparently it is. And just like that, Lawrence back into the game thanks to that kill. He's going to push the wave as well. There's no teleport on Philip, no ultimate on Philip just yet, so he's going to be able to collect quite a bit of value, although Bradley is coming in from the back.
To see what he can find. Not going to find too much this time, it looks like, although Lawrence did interrupt his recall. He's gonna find Bradley here. Bradley sniffs him out, knew exactly where he was all along, throwing out rocks before anything can be done, but Doxa shows up, flashing over the sleepy trouble bubble. Bradley wants blood, but will not find it, as it's a successful escape from Lawrence, trading flashes with Bradley.
And now Sion is tipping bot side to stop the push on the turret. Not sure if it's... So it does stop the heavy push, but it does mean that now there's no teleport on the side of Citadel. There's no one on Bradley. There's no one Philip. There could be a slight play that Conviction can now pull off, where they try and force away from those teleports and maybe make it so that they can always have the numbers advantage. But it's not going to come down for an important objective at the very least. Doxa.
Nice sleep connecting there, but Doxa taking a ton of damage from Instinct. Can't get away in time, and it will be a kill going into Instinct's pocket. Doxa just a little too far up, successfully punished by Kenvi.
Yeah, living up to his name there, Instinct with the killer. Instinct getting the kill into Doxa, important in that situation. Pretty sure that was a shutdown. Actually, I'm not sure, but it's a good amount of gold that you do get in the favor of Instinct, that has been suffering quite a bit down there in the bot side, even though he's not that far away in CS. And now at the very least can try and look for something more positive with the damage that he's getting. Also, Nightstar rushed Lord Dominic's regards. That's kind of funny, not gonna lie, that he goes first item for it, thinking of the Sion here.
Yeah, I mean, thinking a little bit about Jax too, I suppose. I don't know if I'm going to endorse this fully, but is the option that he goes for, wants to make sure that he has an answer to this Scion, who did, of course, get 4 early kills. So someone's got to do it. You would think it would be Lawrence, but I guess
Probably Lawrence, yeah.
as well. Here's the all-in from Lawrence as he gets a ton of damage down out of this Scion, takes him down to about a quarter, and will maintain control of this bottom side. Game's neck and neck here at 14 minutes, night and day compared to game number 1 so far.
Yeah, for at the very least, we do get a competitive game this time around, so much better compared to what we got before, as Philip taking a lot of damage. Oh,
Doxa in the 1 versus 3, kind of outplaying it though. Tons of damage onto Diamond, and no ability to escape.
Oh,
Here comes the disengage. Bradley says, see ya, Kenvi, and sends out the Weaver's Wall. Shuffles back away Doxa, but it's successfully buffered by the portal. Magnet Storm into the bubble. Synergy coming through from Pika Pika, and Doxa is Conviction cleanup too.
Magnet Storm to the face, a dying can be not able to escape there, and full props to Doxa in that whole play, because he's the one that essentially wins it all. He plays the dive so effectively, never getting hit at all by anything. Bradley is super forward here. That turret should die really soon.
Yeah, they're going to be able to finish it off. That's going to be first turret over to Conviction Star, and we'll give them that feat. Nightstar sectioned on away. They don't actually finish it though. Minion wave cleared too quickly by Bradley. And there will be another objective. This one going on over to Conviction to tie up the objective counter at 2-2. I do not remember who picked up the first 3 kills. The answer is Conviction, because they get feats here.
Yeah, true. I was thinking, was it in that top lane fight? And it probably was, where they got the first 3 kills much earlier, but so that difference now, both teams having quite a good amount of gold in their favor, with the advantage going to CMB obviously, plus the first turret gold did go for them as well, and they also get the Herald here, so finally having a little bit of an opportunity to not only get a lead but push it a little bit more. They can try and force mid lane now that the Dragon will spawn in a minute, or they can try and look for another turret so that the Gwen can have an easier time in the side lane, for example.
Less than a minute to go until Dragon number 3. Both teams already starting to group up in that area. Sans mid laners who are holding it down. Doxa does not have teleport meaningfully, so Conviction going to have some questions to answer about how they're going to deal with that. Not connecting the melee Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Forcing Bradley off the play certainly would have been one way to be able to generate some pressure, but Doxa going to have to settle for backing on off. Nice Deadly Flourish going to stop Kenvi from being able to collapse on that bottom side. Lawrence going to be able to fall back to the turret. And Conviction call Bradley over towards mid because they know it's Dragon time. Bradley will have an opportunity to get this push going in top, so this turret probably done for. Conviction now already behind on the play as the Dragon spawns.
Yeah, Dragon in 5 seconds means that they already are waiting to be the one responding to whatever CMB will try and set up here. It is the 3rd Dragon of the game, 1 apiece already, so it's not like it's the most important Dragon. Try and collect. And in the meanwhile, it's looking like Citadel is also thinking like that, because Bradley is staying top lane. They understand that they have the teleport advantage, so they don't need to move at all. And as long as you can play around that really effectively, you get much more gold in your favor. But now they are coming here. Oh, Kenvi.
Oh no, Kenvi coming on in on the bottom side.
Teleport back.
Get that engage. Maddie gonna launch himself in on towards Instinct. They need to be able to burst down somebody to make this play worth. Oh, the wall opened up, immediately interrupted. Diamond dives in with the death from below, but will be traded back onto. It's 2 already down for the side of Citadel. Doxa arrives to the scene. Instinct is already low. Bradley very much the same, and they're gonna try to corral them inside their own jungle. Big pick onto Nightstar, going to cost him Mova's health, and Doxa over the wall picks off Instinct and will move forward on towards Philip or Bradley. He'll take on all comers at this stage. Pika Pika gonna continue to mark Philip, making sure that this Scion doesn't slip away. But Doxa, he wants the bigger fish. He wants to take down Bradley, and he will find him. One more ignite as Doxa goes unstoppable.
Yeah, really good big fish they get at the end there. And the end they're killing Bradley effectively. Oh, Nightstar. I think he should be fine. He's still... wait, no. Philip has no ulti though.
Oh, just barely able to avoid the mocking shout. Now Maddie comes back on in. It's the flip in from the side of Nightstar, and they pick up another one.
Yeah, not enough to get the flash in his face, able to just run away, and Nightstar not going to pay the price for anything at all. They actually will get the Dragon for themselves. It looks like at the very least, because Kenvi is here, but this could be a little bit too much of a force in that situation, as Lawrence, oh, he spots it perfectly there.
Now Lawrence finds out what Citadel is up to as they work to finish on off of that pink ward in the brush. No problem for Lawrence, though, to be able to hang out in mid. And this dragon, long overdue, will go the way of Conviction. Was looking dicey on that setup there. They were going to be outnumbered because of the TP for Bradley, but they keep the play going long enough to be able to win out.
Yeah. It's enough to finally get it there. Now the dragon in their favor, plus a little bit more from Doxa actually getting the Book of Chaos. I'm just calling it name because I do not remember the name right now. The Magis. I remembered it quickly enough. But look at the fight. This fight is lost here, essentially. This wall, even though the idea is good. Oh wait, Doxa?
Doxa finding Kenvi, getting a little bit of damage onto him. Has Pika Pika coming in for the support. That CC going to be very easy to connect.
He doesn't want to be
Trouble
here.
Bubble as well. Maddie coming on in as well, but it's a 3 versus 4, making a 3 versus 3 as they manage to execute the jungle. But Philip looking for Doxa. Doxa jumps away, but it's a killer instinct in from Instinct as he finishes off the kill. Now Lawrence fighting with Bradley over on the other side. Shuffled underneath the turret, forced to flash out to safety. Bradley still chucking rocks. Meanwhile, Diamond has been able to be finished off on the other side. Bradley gets snipped again. Lawrence thinks he can win this out. He trades 1 for 1. Solo lane for solo lane. Mano on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Kenvi and Diamond are traded for Doxa up on the top. So all in all, I think you got to call that a win for Conviction.
Yeah, all in all, they do get quite a bit of value. I will say, though, so actually, I'm going to correct myself. I do not think it's a win for Conviction just because they did kill Doxa and he already got a Magi's. So he actually lost a lot of value there off of that kill, which I understand the idea of trying to force it, but as Doxa, you really have to be especially careful about that item just because of how much value you get and how much more you lose if you end up getting killed. So really important loss there by Conviction. And then also Kaisa getting a shutdown. She now has 2 items, two completed items. She gets the IE really importantly for the coming fights. And importantly, you also will get the opportunity. Oh, can be
looking for Batty, but he's got great guards, so he just knocks him right back away. Not your primary engaged target. Here comes Pika on the flank. They'll be able to hold down Philip for a while. Lawrence is over the wall to provide the damage, and there goes Philip. Nightstar executing him. Says, you mocked my first pick, Lord Dominic's regards earlier, but I am tearing through this Scion like no one's business. It will be 20-12 at 21 minutes.
It also helps the fact that I'm pretty sure Scion is not as tanky, just because he did go for the Titanic Hydra.
He's got no armor, he's got 1 blood armor.
Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure Nightstar has a similar effect if he just goes normal items at this point. But hey, he does have the IE, so damage is going to be dealing damages. Atakan probably dying here. I'm not sure if they can contest in this situation.
Oh, Envy looking for the big steal, does not quite find it. Here comes a wall from Bradley. They think he can come in for the punish here. Pika Pika full sends it.
Bradley may be dead though.
Damage in from the rocks, but they're able to melt through Bradley so fast. Nightstar sniping everyone in his path. Picks up 2, and Maddie's still going to keep the play going. Gets the knockup, gets the execute on Instinct. 3 members of Citadel fall, and Conviction have full control over the map.
Yeah, the idea there are not going to work out as effectively as Philip is trying to say. Oh,
whoa!
Hey, Doxa, why not?
And just like that, he's back over 10 Magi stacks. That's Doxa diff, baby.
Yeah, works out enough that it doesn't matter before Nightstar is dead though. Another shutdown going down, but as the game has been going, probably doesn't matter that much. They will get an inhibitor turret in this play, not the inhibitor though, because everyone is respawning. But I'm really surprised by Citadel's decision making this game so far, because it feels like even when they are 1 man behind, they always want to fight. And sometimes it can work, and more times than less, it's not going to work. So really weird decision here. I understand Kemby wanting to go for the steal, okay. But then going in as Kemby and Bradley by themselves, they blow up Bradley immediately because they are separated from the rest of the team. And importantly, once again, your tank is dead. Scion is not here. He's going to take a little bit before he arrives. You can just get completely killed immediately because they are not going to care about you since there's no one soaking up the damage.
Really tough ask. Be able to win out from that position once they get that pick earlier on. Kenvi kind of sacrificing the fight potential. Be able to get in there, and a nice sleep. Nice execute. Doxa knows he's got the damage, drops the Blitzcrank question mark emote, and claims himself another. That's going to make that book feel a lot better as he gets up to 12 stacks.
Yeah, he actually got 2 more, but imagine if he hadn't died before. He probably would have been 20 stacks now.
Yeah. Can't deny that.
But close enough to the actual good book that you need to read, but 10 seconds actually for the next dragon. Soul point for CNB, and it doesn't look like Citadel wants to fight it.
Yeah. So, picking that one up. Pretty good start now. Curtain Call opened up. Philip tanking it up like no one's business. Soul Furnace doing its job. They are working on the dragon on the opposite side of the map. It's kind of a full index towards the top side from Citadel. Lawrence, big hook comes through from Diamond. Pull him back over the wall. It will be a trade for the Soul Point Conviction. Now one dragon away. Envy a little bit sectioned off here, but avoiding the skill shots, no problem. Steals away the birds. Meanwhile, Instinct is going to take a whole solo inner turret here. A huge injection of gold into the Citadel AD carry.
Yeah, they get a lot of gold out of that play. Like we were mentioning, they wanted to sack that dragon, and at the end, it does work out to a certain degree if now Instinct is going to be strong enough to be able to kill anyone. The only worry that now arises is the fact that if you're going to go into that last fight with no control, that can be scary, even if you have a Kai'Sa that is really strong. And also, the Science still doesn't have a lot of armor, so it's still easy to kill when considering both the Jhin, and then you don't have a lot of ways to stop the Gwen from just solo killing you effectively, because it's a Gwen at the end of the day. So we need to see how Philip will respond accordingly to that in the game.
Yeah, and that big injection of gold into Instinct is the bet that Citadel are placing on this game. They need to have a big fight from him. They need him to be able to get into position. They need to be able to either play front to back or get a big pick onto somebody like Doxa and execute them with that killer instinct. It's not out of the question. Citadel is a strong team fighting team. Plenty of experience on this roster playing these sorts of situations out. Lawrence one-on-one with Philip. Kenvi gonna make it a less fair fight. Lawrence is forced to expend the flash.
Yeah, able to flash away at the very least, but it is a flash down now for the Gwen, and Dragon coming up in 3 minutes. Kenvi was really looking for it at the end there. The Baron may be up, but the thing for Citadel here is that it doesn't really matter. Like, they are not scared of that Baron buff because it's not going to fall down quickly. You're against a Gwen and a Jhin. Zoe and a Jhin. That's not going to kill the Baron buff quickly.
Oh. Yeah, instead they're going to look to clap back at these two members, sending it on the opposite side. They pick off Kenvi, and Maddie rides the blast cone to stay right alongside Philip. Should be able to close this out, able to dodge the decimating smash, and it's a double kill to Maddie. Meanwhile, they're fighting Bradley on the opposite side. Sleepy Trouble Bubble connecting. Might as well be a death sentence. Bradley able to go to the stasis in time, but Doxa's waiting for him on the opposite side. He falls back over to Instinct, but he'll fall anyway. Now Instinct Killer Instinct over to the other side, gets put to sleep, and Night Star will make that sleep permanent. It's a double kill to the Jhin, and Conviction walk away with an ace.
That was a 5-0 ace out of Citadel deciding that they want to throw the whole game away by virtue of who knows why. They take down the tier 2 turret, which in theory is not bad, but it's in reality is not really needed. And then on the other side of the map, where you have numbers advantage, you're still losing the fight against Doxa and Pika Pika, which huge props to them. They play that fight really, really well. And then they try and force way too heavily, but this is something that has happened all game long. Citadel is just trying to force things for the sake of forcing things, and they are paying the price with their lives. Bradley walking here thinking that he was completely fine. He's not. He gets killed really, or forced really easily away from everyone else. And Diamond, the pike hasn't been it at all. Like, failed hooks, barely blocking people, and then I haven't seen a lot of ultimate value bar that one fight in the jungle. Really good stun here onto the Kai'Sa, and having no cleanse means that you're dead immediately.
Yeah, the squishiness of their support position really being felt as they lost in the early game. Certainly not being able to frontline for the rest of the squad effectively. And oh man, Kenvi is cut down in an instant by Lawrence. Another pick for Conviction, another 5 versus 4 on the map. Baron buff in tow, and with a minute to go until that next dragon, Conviction going to take full control over this bottom quadrant. Gonna layer down all the vision in the world, and they are so well set up to not only siege this base, but to get the dragon after.
Yeah, it's so easy for them now with the fact that they have so much control and such an easy access into the base since there's no tier 1 turret, as Pika Pika just won in the game.
Yeah, just getting in there, finding the lockdown onto Bradley, and they cut him down with ease. Now Instinct tanks the 4th shot from Curtain Call and going to be too low to participate any further. Conviction starting out of the Nexus turret. It's going to take down the first one. Philip can't clear out the wave. Diamond trying to defend, but Maddie going to be able to force him right back where he came from. Second Nexus turret falls. Lawrence is TP'd back into the play. And Conviction, after 6 losses in a row, 8 if you count the promotion tournament, they finally strike back, and say it with me, everybody, we've got a series on our hands.
For the first time in who knows how long, we get a series between Citadel and Conviction, and it's bound to be a good one, especially with how they woke up after that first game. Huge props to Doxa and Maddie, I think, stepping it up much better compared to that first game. And now the series feels a little bit different because a lot of the champions were taken away on the side of Citadel where they lost. And now, and for Conviction, it felt like they went for a little bit more of their comfort picks in that sense with the Zoe particularly. But the pools are now going to get even dipper and dipper to see what they have, and Doxa shows that he has more than maybe Bradley can show.
He definitely does, and you know what? When you look at how this game played out, it's like Sean said on the analyst desk earlier, you need to see something a little bit different out of Conviction to be able to come up with wins up against a team like Citadel that are so practiced, that are so experienced. All 5 of these players have played games on the professional stage before. They're going to be able to work out your standard game in, game out scenarios, but the pocket picks from Conviction are where they can build themselves an advantage. Loved this Zoe out of Doxa in game number 1.
Good.
Would like to see some of his other patented picks as the series goes on. We know Maddie has some really creative picks he can bust out as the game goes on as well. Pika might be able to show us stuff like the Bard, maybe other supports if the series goes long enough. That's what I want to see more of out of Conviction, but we're guaranteed at least 2 more games. It's a best of 3 from here on out. Conviction finally able to conquer their demon. They take a game off of Citadel. That said, let's send it on over to the analyst desk. Let's hear what Quacks and Sean have to say about game number 1. Game number 2, rather.
Well, big game number 2, it was indeed, Gordo and TDS. Sean, I see you laughing, I see you smiling. Everything you said before we went into game number 2 happened. Chat won the game. Doxa diff is real. I give it 11 out of 10 Samikins. What a second game to let everybody know that, like Gordo said, we have a series on our hands.
He said the thing. He said the thing, and I love it. I just absolutely love it. I also, we talked about this before. I knew Conviction Start would take at least a game here. Obviously, predicted the 3-2, but that's kind of more of just where I am with the organization now. But absolutely love this. The mid jungle 2v2 is what won this game.
Yes.
Also, I'm going to push back on something TDS says. If my Gwen can never kill a 4-in-1 Scion who's building not like magic resist or any like real tank stats, then this game is cooked. Okay, if anyone should be able to do it, it has to be the Gwen once she got some items. True damage is a real thing, everybody. Zoe first, did not take the spell book, okay, but took the electrocute for more of that lane pressure, okay, and was able to do it. Got the solo bolo in the beginning, and then besides a couple of missteps in the mid lane for the entirety of Conviction, Doxa was just diffing across the map. Love the adaptation build by Nightstar, and then Maddie looking so incredibly comfortable on this Xin Zhao.
And we're going to see the root of that Doxa Zoe diff here in our first replay of game number 2. There were so many instances of this guy just demolishing people across Summoner's Rift on this pick, from the kill onto Diamond on the top side that had me scratching my head on how it happened until the replay to this first blood here. Doxa, not only he pops the pot for a bit of survivability, throws down the ignite as well, really adding into the value of this aggressive summoner spell. And Bradley can't even do anything. The Talia doesn't even flash. Doxa himself doesn't even have to flash. One of the things that makes laning against Zoe so difficult is even when you use your F, if level 3 is unlocked and you're able to pick up those summoner spells, she'll just pick it up and run right at you. You cannot escape a Zoe when they know how to use W. And Doxa not only knew how to use W, he knew how to use every single part of this character to a T, as he absolutely dominated this first game.
Yeah, dominated this game. I think the big thing for me, honestly, like, yeah, Zoe's trade pattern right there, especially when you do use your summoner spells, right? You get the extra, like whether it's the W pickup or anything, the damage on top of it right there. Love that right there. And then we saw there was a lot of fighting. I think there was like over a kill per minute for the entirety of this game. We absolutely love that. We live in the chaos, all right? Chaos starts with Z, so does Conviction. And when we get into this dragon fight replay, right, we're going to see a lot more of this chaos as it unfolds right here, where I honestly thought that this was entirely over. Maddie's caught out this wall from Bradley right here, as TDS pointed out, but they open up, but then Diamond goes in. Doxa is now here, though. They're able to do a lot of damage, and as well as Lawrence and Pika's re-engage on this is absolutely huge. They take down Kenvi. Instinct has to go over the wall now, and Doxa chases the rest of this play out, gets a huge bit of damage right here. Look, and you're dead.
Boom!
Yeah, and the flash just to make sure that he positions it carefully, and then Lawrence and Knights are living at like basically 300 collective health. Push through mid lane. Dox is able to pick up Bradley right here with the ignite right here. They ended up eventually getting this dragon after they tried to TP in later to catch Nightstar right there. So Philip dies like 2 times within about 35 seconds. Right, so he's off the map, so that extends the window of which Conviction have to play. And we just continue to see that over and over. If it didn't land for Citadel, Conviction were able to respond. To your point earlier in the pre-show, you talked about one of the biggest complaints that you had about Citadel. During their OQ run into NACL, I think my biggest complaint about Citadel overall is that they continue to force on timers that aren't necessarily theirs, or as some people would say, they are having some funny gaming moments. We saw a lot of those here because I felt like they was a little bit more pressured since they didn't have necessarily the ease of execution, and the burden was on them to start making stuff happen. You don't have the point and clicks that you had in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Citadel, this is something that TDS brought up on the cast as well, which credit to him. They were kind of just fighting needlessly. Like it really did feel like Citadel were trying to claw back their win in game, like their attempt to win game number 2 here through skirmishing, right? And I mean, when you have a comp that scales as well and has as much dueling power as this Conviction comp, it feels really, really difficult to do so. I would have much rather have liked to see them, try to use that side lane pressure that Sion can provide, use that unstoppable onslaught to try and get around the map, surprise Conviction with numbers, and win through macro. Because we have seen that Citadel, their macro is amazing for the level that they are at. All of these players have played for so long. They know how to play, with these kinds of conditions and come back. And, you were talking about forcing. This is over forcing to a T. So Kenvi barely misses out on the smite, by the way. That was extremely close, but Otacon nonetheless is picked on up. Weaver's Wall comes in, and here, honestly, like, Citadel should have just left. I feel like that was probably the mentality that you and I were thinking of, Sean, when we were looking at this fight, is you lost the Otacon, it's okay, you regroup for another fight, but suddenly Nightstar, with the curtain call, gets a double kill, Instinct tries to run away, and then Maddie, knowing he has a whole team behind him, can just flash over. There's nothing to be afraid of, and it's 3 kills over when it probably shouldn't have been 3 kills, and then Doxa does the gamer moment where he Q flashes over the wall, gets a kill onto Diamond, and then Philip does the funny top lane thing where he has Titanic Hydra and then 1v1's Nightstar. But this is the definition of fighting when you don't have to, and I think it is definitely one of the big reasons Citadel were not able to even really find a way back into this game. It went from bad to worse to even somehow worse than it was before.
I will say that I do think that Otacon is like one of the most important things, and especially for a comp that has so much burst like a Jhin or Zoe, right? And then also the side lane pressure of Gwen is going to be unmatched the later and later this game gets. So I don't mind Kenvi going in for that steal, as well as like, okay, they were pushing on the bottom side with Bradley. He's going to TP in. Philip's going to TP in as well. Maybe we can section off the fight with Weaver's Wall. If he gets that steal though, because it was under 1200, I think this
it was 1186.
Yeah, so I think this game looks a lot different. That is something that you can have, and then you could probably take the fight win after that with the Otacon buff. But as we can see, like, this Jack's counter pick unfortunately did not end up working out as intended. I actually really think that if they would have just been able to play a little bit more controlled and standard for the likes of Citadel, instead of like you and TDS were mentioning, where they're like trying to force these plays, which is, you know, what Conviction really wanted this game, especially when you have the likes of Zoe. Really loved what we saw from him. We do have a series on our hands. I am so excited to find out, because like now this is one of the picks, the Zoe in particular, that I was like, all right, I need to see Doxa pull this out. Generally, you see a lot of players or teams pull out like the pocket picks in a game 3 when you're down 0-2. I love the mentality of, no, this is a really good matchup into Talia. I can make this work. They got the win with it, more importantly, and I'm really interested to see, does Citadel switch over to the red side now, right, to try to give Philip some more of these advantageous matchups, or there's still some power picks that they feel are on this board now that we're going to be going into the game 3 draft?
Absolutely. I think the longer this series, you know, goes on, and the deeper the champion pools need to get, because we are in Fearless, the more likely Conviction are to be able to take the fight to Citadel. I think that they have much deeper pockets. It can really throw out some picks like the Zoe that we saw in game number 2 that Citadel might not have accounted for in their draft prep here. As like you said, Sean, we are on to the draft here for game number 3. Those 10 champions that you can see at the bottom of your screen no longer open and available. And there's a decent amount of really meta picks that aren't going to be seen here for the future games. You know, the Azir, Talia, probably the 2 most prominent mid laners in the current meta, not available. And then I would say a close third is probably that Ahri, Pantheon and Xin and Vi are no longer there. Those are probably the most prominent junglers. And we're taking away other picks with prominence, such as the Wukong and the Lucian. I don't expect that to really change, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think one potential negative side of Fearless is that bans rarely ever change drastically. Maybe we'll see some alterations here and there like we did with the Rumble between games 1 and 2 draft, but all in all, it's remaining relatively the same. Like, I think CMB are probably going to ban a Kalista here again.
I do think that they don't change if you're staying on the same side, right? Because the onus is upon whoever's lost to really like make some adaptations. Obviously, there was the ban of the Rumble that changed after the Kalista right there. They didn't ban the Jhin, they picked it for themselves. But I'm really interested trying to think about some of these ones. Like the Yone is the missing ban here. Does Bradley pick that up for himself right here? A champion that I'm looking at for Philip to probably play, since he also is on blue side, is the Gragas that we've talked about, right? Can pick it probably into anything that Lawrence can play here in the top side. They do ban the Rumble. I'm expecting this to be a Yone, but there is a potential. There, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There it is.
We get that right here. And then now I need to know, what is the answer coming out from Conviction? Because I almost 100% expect this to be a Bradley Yone. Or Yone. Well, I've said the name twice differently. I'm really good at this, I swear. But, you know, champions like Ziggs and Tristana are up and available for the side of Conviction. We did see the Ziggs fan come in game number 2. Really interested to see what they do here. I'm expecting one of those 2 here with a jungle pick.
If you also wanted to, for Conviction, you could fight a little bit of fire with fire in that mid lane, try to maybe get something that can either outpoke the Yone, like a Hui, I think could maybe be seen as a good answer into the Yone. And I don't know how familiar, you know, Nightstar is with the Yone, but we've also seen its value in the bot lane, just having some of that AP threat down there. Conviction instead, though, we're going to answer with a different kind of mid laner. I would think one that has a little bit more disruption on its hands with the Scatter of the Week, as well as just more openings with that QE combo of the Syndra. To maybe slam home an aggressive top lane or AD carry pick. I am wondering, though, about this session. This just feels like a straight up denial. This isn't really about going for synergy. You just really want to prevent the Yone Sejuani from going through on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not really a fan of this. You're showing that Merc Tread's value is really high already. I also think that it is definitely a denial away from the Yone and Sejuani combo coming in here. I'm pretty sure even Philip was a player of like the Sejuani top, so it could have been flexed at some point. Then you get your Ziggs taken away as well, so take that one takeaway on each side right here. And this is the big thing I was gonna mention, is that you can't just blind Sejuani anymore in these fearless drafts, because Trundle does exist, and you already have a low mobility mage right here. I think Ken V is absolutely, no pun intended, but going to eat and chomp away at the competition here. I think his champion is so happy right now. Conviction really needs to find some answers.
This all but monopolizes, in my mind, the results of most 2v2s in the solo lane, right? Anytime Trundle, I think, is present in those 2v2 fights, he is just so strong in the early game, and we're probably going to see him take that, press the attack, which only further bumps up that power in the early game. This is a very tough matchup going forward for Maddie, but he is no stranger to tough matchups, and so I do think that he will be able to circumnavigate this Trundle a little bit, but he does have to be careful, most notably about tracking, because if Trundle is able to counter gank, the play is just straight up over, I feel, for Conviction. They need to get the hell out of dodge and, prevent being, jumped on, chomped on, as you say, Sean, by this Ken V Trundle. As Conviction are going to throw down the Sivert. Now, Sean, my straw hat and hill that I will die on is this champion is like at Z tier, in my opinion. I think Sivir is so unbelievably overpowered. I'm curious what your thoughts are, though.
I mean, I'm not going to say she's Z tier, but I think she's really strong. Her W buff that she got recently, really nice. I like that they're also banning the Alistar. I think we're going to see once again Pika, who had, by the way, an amazing game on the Rel. Going to be picking his champion here on 4. But to answer your thing, I do think Sivir is a really good thing, and it's only amplified by 2 things. One, the amount of front line she can hit to where she can bounce those bouncing blades off to hit the back line, and if there is enough front line for her to actually operate, right? So like, there's no Rel, there's no Nautilus, there's no Leona, right? What is the front line going to look like? Is this a double range bot lane for the side of Conviction right here? I'm a bit interested for it. Maybe like something like the Karma to get the push in, but it's going to be Pika Blitzcrank.
Okay.
Woo.
I am now really interested what Citadel respond with here, because I think that picking Blitzcrank, especially blind, is kind of like a double-edged sword, because on one hand, you have a lot of access to pick potential with the hook. On the other hand, you can hook a champion that probably does more harm than good when he's in the middle of your entire team and could potentially disrupt all of you. So now I think that this probably eliminates the idea of Citadel actually going for a double enchanter, or rather just a double ranged bot lane, because if they go for a double ranged bot lane, I feel like they lack a lot of hard front line. Obviously Trundle and now the Aatrox are a little bit more bruiserish, but they're not the definitive tanks of the team, right? And you do need a little bit of that cover in terms of HP bars if you're going to go for things like the Aatrox and Yone, who want to look for more extended trading and extended fights in a lot of their skirmishing mid and late game. So maybe like a Tom Kencha or something. Like, okay, there's the Bard. We were waiting for it. And Diamond is going to snag it up before Pika gets the opportunity. This just seems to me that you're going to be leaving your Ziggs on an island, basically, Sean.
Well, yeah, and I do think that that's the one good strength about Ziggs right here. I love Trundle Bard, particularly against low mobility carries. The OPL, when it was Oceania, used to have this on Legacy a whole lot. Old team that played at Worlds and stuff like that. This is it's actually easier to execute because you're either going to blow Syndra's flash or blow Sivir or Blitzcrank's flash, and then when they don't have that, your pillar comes back up sooner, and then you have Tempered Fate. This top lane pick is going to be really interesting for me. I don't know what he's going to pick here, because I don't know if there's anything that can save it per se, but I do think a frontliner where he's going to be kind of taking the L in lane is a lot better than like something for a bruiser. And oh my gosh,
well, yo, we're burning down the kitchen here, Sean.
I don't know about that. This is a really good matchup, and if Lawrence
No, it is. We're cooking though.
Zamudo, then he knows how to do this real well. You know what? We just got that W wheel out, and it's over. But I love this, man. Game 3's draft is awesome. I still give a slight edge to Citadel here, just because I feel like ease of execution. The range is about the same. Ziggs range and then Syndra EQ range is about what I'm looking at. But it finally does give Sejuani one other melee to like kind of play with. And if Lawrence can like snowball this matchup in the top side, right? I'm going to be really interested to see what summoner spells he does go. If he does like the TP barrier, or if he does barrier flash, something like that. And they were able to get him unlocked. I do think that that's going to embolden the rest of Conviction Star to get some of these really aggressive type of fights in this mid game, to where that blood scent can come in from the Warwick and chase down some of these kills, while the rest of Conviction is able to pick up these neutrals.
Absolutely. I think a big, condition of Conviction Star winning this game number 3 through their draft is just being able to make use of a lot of those space-making abilities, right? I think that oftentimes an underrated aspect of the Warwick pick is the AoE fear, right? And that brings a lot of time, as well as the infinite duress, but it also brings a lot of time for Nightstar to create that space to maneuver around these fights. And then you've also got Doxa, Maddie, and Pika with their own abilities that should free up the Sivir to maneuver around a lot of these skirmishes. But I think a lot of that is just conditional about, getting these early game setups right for this bot lane, because if Nightstar is going to have to be dealing with a barrage of pressure from Kenvi, from Diamond, if it's going to be Instinct constantly pushing them in, then it's not going to be a good game to be Sivir. You need to be leaving this laning phase decently, even if not ahead in gold, if you want to give your team the best chance of taking this game number 3 and going 2-1 up in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that Nightstar may not start out with it, but he'll probably get a Cole, because he does understand the sooner I get to these item power spikes, the better it is for me. Instinct will most likely be running that TP, wanting to get back with that lost chapter, and then that's going to unlock Diamond to go around the map. I think with both of these supports and the style of bot lanes that they've chosen for each team, I am really looking for Maddie and Pika or Kenvi and Diamond to be impacting these solo lanes on the top side of the map. There will be big grub fights, and there should be a big Herald fight, because I think that whatever top lane or solo lanes come out ahead of this, due to the impact of the jungle supports, this will be the keys to the game to watch as we get into game number 3 here shortly.
I absolutely agree. I think that this jungle matchup is going to be really important. I think the importance of these junglers relative to the team comps that surround them, definitely their conditions are going to be indicative of who is likely to win this game. But we would be remiss if we weren't going to say, or rather reiterate, Sean, that Kenvi is heavily favored in this matchup. Anytime you have a tank against a Trundle, it's a tale as old as time, right? Subjugate gets unlocked and suddenly your front line is rather irrelevant in this game. And hell, if Maddie is behind so much so that Kenvi doesn't even bother to use that ult key onto the Sejuani, he can just ult key Lawrence, because we're expecting Lawrence to be very deep into that backline, looking for angles to ult and try to disrupt Instinct and potentially Bradley. He gets, all his stats taken away, and suddenly he's a wolf with no fangs, no claws, no bark, and it's just going to be put down. Yeah. So they have to be really careful about giving Kenvi resources, for sure.
I'll be really interested, because I think that Maddie and both Pika can also run some of their spellbook this game as well. And while Kenvi does win that matchup in the 1v1 versus Maddie, I actually think that if it's a 2v2 on the top side, I heavily favor Conviction right there with Lawrence being a part of that as well. And if they're able to just focus down one target and get that permafrost on them, it'll be really, really good for them as a way to try to snowball this game. You said it, tale as old as time, Beauty and the Beast. You decide which one of those is that of Trundle and Sejuani. And I think that we're going to be getting ready to hand it over to the casters. So casters, take it away.
Wait, is Gordo muted? Am I the only one here?
Man, I had a whole spiel that I just did while muted. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift, everybody. We got game number 3, Citadel taking on Conviction. And we have got it all tied up here. It's a best of 3 from this point onward. Thank you to the analyst desk for holding down the fort up until we loaded on in. And we are ready to go. Looks like it's going to be an even spread for both teams here. And I'm hyped for this Lawrence Warwick TDS.
He has to perform really well here because he did counterpick with it, and he is going with a champion that I think it's a good idea. Like the analyst desk was calling out, I think it can be a good matchup. I think that it can be really effective against some of the things that Citadel is trying to pull off here. Particularly, my main worry would come off the fact that in a 1v1 situation, we've effectively seen Philip pretty much handle Lawrence. Ooh, that was a close hook. Bar that solo kill that Lawrence got in the top lane when the Sion was 4-1 and Lawrence was still 0-3, which I agree with Sean. Probably the right that the champion that does it is the Gwen, although Philip
on vision. They've seen Philip here all along. Doxa going to start on off, going to be
he's fine.
Forward. Yeah, you know what? He procced first strike, so we'll call that a dub.
Yeah, it's gold for nothing, so you always take that. But just quickly to try and finish my point, I think Lawrence needs to step it up a little bit because in lane he has been losing quite a bit against Philip. Out of lane he has been doing fine, but in lane he really needs to step it up, especially with this counter pick.
Yeah, I actually think the Bard pick ends up looking pretty good here for Pika Pika. The Blitzcrank pick ends up looking pretty good here for Pika Pika, as he does get to pick up the Bard, he gets to pick up the Ziggs, both a couple of good targets, and you're able to chain your CC right, you can probably burst out the likes of plenty of members of the opposite team, as Lawrence looking to keep the pressure on here, make use of that lethal tempo here at level 1. Keep Philip on the back foot. Like you said, this has been a Philip-sided lane all series long so far.
Yeah, but it's good to finally have some opportunity to see Lawrence really bring out some different stuff, as we see a little bit of trading in the mid lane as well. And technically speaking, Doxa did also counterpick this game because the Yone was the first pick. The counterpick came through later by Doxa, and now it's going to be an interesting matchup. As a lot of fighting up there. Lawrence doing a really good job at trading onto the Aatrox, and we also need to remember that there's no teleport. Can be
with the level 3 pass on behind. They've got Pika Pika quartered. And first blood will go over to Citadel. Lawrence going for the bite. It's the interrupt there on towards Philip. And he's got barrier, so going to be confident to continue keeping these trades. And as soon as Q comes back up, or even before it does, he's going to be able to heal this right on back. This is a tough situation for Philip to be in.
It's ironic that a champion that is like based on healing and being able to survive long is actually getting outlasted by a dog. Oh,
wait, he's looking for it. He's going to be able to pick it up here. Where's the barrier? There it goes. Lawrence solo kill on the Philip to start off game number 3.
Yeah, he has a dog in him, and he ends up getting the kill up there. Lawrence, really good solo kill. Also, the wave ends up crashing into the turret, so there's going to be a couple of minions that Philip will end up losing, really importantly in that situation. And a 1-for-1 overall, because after Camby did end up getting the kill down there in the bot side, they still found something really important up there in the top side. And gold-wise, there's still a slight lead for Conviction in both the jungle and the top lane that is netting them up really, really well.
Ooh. That's a nice hook found here by Pika Pika. Going to be able to pull Instinct back out of position. They get themselves a fair bit of damage, but Nightstar takes a turret shot. The passive auto from Instinct. And Conviction over aggressive and are punished. Maddie's here as well. This play might already be done for. Maddie getting in there. Going to see if he can get on towards Diamond, but the stacks are not coming and the damage isn't either. Instinct is out of mana, so they'll be able to crash the wave, but that's the best they can hope for.
Yeah, Hook may be back up, so maybe they try and pull something here, but really unlucky there by Nightstar, walking too far forward just to get collapsed on by the turret and getting killed by that last out attack by Instinct. Really good by Instinct though to realize the damage that he was needing there and able to get the kill at the end of it. So the story is really close in this game. Citadel and Conviction are both trading really heavily, but it doesn't feel like either side has just the right amount of control just yet. They need to wait it out a little bit longer. Lawrence though,
Yeah, Kenvi looking to be able to make a play happen here. Lawrence takes a big chunk from that Darkened Blade, and he needs his Q back up. He needs it up now. Able to avoid taking turret aggro are the Citadel Bombers, and they might look for the redive now that the fear is down. But Lawrence is just healing so much off of these minions. The play kind of stops right where it starts. Envy trying to path around here to see if they can find a way to make this play happen, but I think Lawrence is kind of just wasting their time.
yeah, it's really difficult for them to really be able to play it out.
Philip is alone, feared back in. Pika is here. There's nowhere for Aatrox to go, and Lawrence gets a second. But Doxa getting dove underneath the turrets. Bradley in between two towers will end up biting it. It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and it's a game of chaos because just like the last game, this time around, there's a lot of death, there's a lot of fighting, but a lot of interesting situations that are created just off of this. Because once again, Philip now getting a huge amount of control on the top side, double the CS essentially from Philip, and also able to keep on crushing the wave onto the turret. Then on the mid lane, because of that solo kill, even though Bradley does die as well, he gets the push into the wave. So he still is able to get a bounce back that is really effective for him, and he can still find a lot of damage onto Doxa really effectively there. And then because of the time that the 6 was left alone by himself, he actually is able to still be quite close to the Sivir in terms of CS, but also get a good amount of harass and try and get towards a good enough amount of gold that he can fight with. Oh,
and you know, if this series is good for anything, it's good for a kill a minute, TDS, as they continue to stack these up. It's 3 versus 2, and Doxa's got nowhere to go. Kenvi locks him down with the trophy and finishes off the kill himself. Meanwhile, Lawrence and Philip still going at it up here on the top side. Another auto going to take Philip nearly to death. And Bradley going to be able to jump back away. Lawrence is looking for it. He wants to close it out. Darkened Blade 3 already came out across, but the minion wave is gone. Lawrence will be able to crash it on up here. Kenvi coming up, trying to make this play happen. Philip just hit level 6. He pops the World Ender. There's nowhere for Lawrence to go. He doesn't have the ultimate, and Philip claims the solo kill right back.
Yeah, trophy in the face of Lawrence means that there's no way for the dog to be able to get the kill there. Really crucial level 6 that they are able to get there at the end for Philip to give him enough distance so that he can try and survive. But then Lawrence, thinking that he needed to close out on the kill, probably needed, but at the same time I'm not sure if he needed to sacrifice himself like that. The game now tilting a little bit more towards Citadel, but it's so close because each time we see these fights, there's a slight advantage for the other team. So it's really not set yet who has the right pace of the game. It's more so who can really capitalize on the mistakes that the other side has done. Like for example, this Lawrence death, no ultimate, no flash, no barrier, means that maybe there's a slight chance to try and force something up here in the top side.
Looking for an opportunity off of the lane swap. Diamond and Instinct make their way up towards the top side. Going to make life a little tougher for the Warwick. He really wants to be in these one-on-one matchups. They're going to do their best to match. They're recalling Nightstar on the opposite side, but they're going to be slower on the play. All in all, and probably late to respond to these grubs unless they completely abandon bottom lane. Looks like it might be the play. Lawrence is not making any effort to recall. They're going to just full set it for these grubs.
Oh, Doxa.
Doxa barely able to dodge out of the Fate Seal, but he's got Kenvi on his other side. He still has no flash, and he is going to die regardless. Now it's a 4-on-4 for these grubs with Philip hanging out on the bottom side. He's going to have TP back soon, but not quite yet. The grubs will be started onto Nightstar all alone. Pops on the hunt, getting chased by Kenvi. They pull the trigger on the opposite side. They're able to lock down Instinct. He flashes away, gets on top of his satchel charge, but is finished off regardless. They section off Diamond and finish him off as well as Nightstar's turn the play back around. He's the one aggressing now as he thinks he's got Kenvi all on his lonesome. Chasing him cross map with the boomerang.
Just one more.
Maddie on the backside, and Nightstar will get the solo kill onto Kenvi.
Yeah, just that one more was enough to get the kill there, and such a good fight by Conviction in all that situation. Not only do they get really good kills in the process, but it's important to remember Citadel was in a spot where there was no way for Philip to join that fight because the teleport was really late for him to come back up, and then you don't really want to force Philip there because Philip is really far behind. Like, he actually is not going to be that useful. Even if he teleports there, he doesn't want to lose the opportunity to actually farm. So I feel like a little bit of a mistake like this one.
Doxa, just in no man's land, will be falling down to Philip here, and that's going to be the little stimulus package that Philip was looking for a while. I wanted to say, during that fight, I have no idea how Philip gets 0 turret plates while he's just alone bottom lane during that entire sequence, but I guess it doesn't matter because he gets handed a free kill from the mid laner.
He's too slow pushing. That's probably why, because he is Aatrox, but at the end, getting that kill, getting a little bit of the value back into his favor, really importantly in that situation, because once again, he is really far behind, so he needs to get every bit of gold that he can get to try and turn around the game. But they do get the grubs on the side of conviction, they get a much better pushing power, and for Lawrence this game that is playing a Warwick, having such a strong presence in the side lane is going to be really, really important for them.
I mean, Doxa's got to stop the bleeding here. He's definitely given up a few too many at this stage. Nice hook found by Pika Pika, though. And Diamond plays with fire and gets burned. He will be finished off, and Maddie will be the one to claim the kill. You can see they were trying to donate that over to Doxa. Doesn't quite work out, but it will give them a numbers advantage on this side of the map with the Dragon alive. Doesn't look like it'll be the prio for now, though. Maddie looking to spend his gold.
Yeah, trying to make the most use out of it with the amount of gold that he has. Getting a little bit more tankier is obviously going to be more important. And this game, getting as much health as you can, especially with the heavy hitters that you have in the form of the 6 and the Yone, probably going to be the most ideal thing for Maddie. Also, I don't think we talked much about it, but I really like the fact that he did take the Unsealed Spellbook, because it's a summoner that, for someone like the Sejuani, can be so much value here and get so much more access to other places in the map, like for example a teleport if he gets a chance to, as Lawrence really wants this, but just an ulti out.
Yeah, and I mean, the heal reduction off of the early Executioner's calling from Philip paying off there, as Lawrence just can't sustain through it blindly the way that he was in the earlier phases of the lane. Still, he's got a completed Stride Breaker. No such legendary item here for Philip, so Lawrence should be favored in these kinds of situations, but perfect hold of the wave there by Philip. It's just at the range where Lawrence can't step up to him.
Yeah, he has to be more careful about how he tries to approach it. And even though he does take a huge amount of damage onto it, Lawrence still can heal really well, even with the Executioner's calling gas. Trying to push away, but it's not going to work out. Actually, no ulti, so it's a little bit difficult for it to work out.
Little dicey there. Philip really playing this one on the edge, but looking good while he does it. Has these little moments of power where he's on the second and third casts of Darkened Blade, and is able to space out Lawrence appropriately with those moments. Hits another Q, hits a second, looking for the third.
So close.
Once again, Lawrence just finds himself worse for wear on these trades. He's going to get pulled away from Philip now. Another opportunity, another fight out of the bottom lane. Philip has to get over the wall, and by that I mean Pika Pika. Big Tempered Fate out of Diamond.
Perfect there.
All the members, it allows for them to cut them down. With Bradley arriving on the field. Maddie trying to escape at a sliver of HP. Doxa trying to run interference for him. It's a dash forward from Bradley. He swipes away a third. Doxa nearly going to become the fourth as Lawrence arrives to find his team has been decimated. And Citadel have nowhere left to do other than to close out the kills. Conviction, no members standing. Lawrence has to get on out of here, and Citadel can take whatever they want.
They just won that off of Diamond's ultimate. That was such a huge Tempered Fate. Stopping also the Sejuani ultimate from stunning can be in that situation, allowing for the setup for Bradley and just getting the kill there. Perfectly played, as it's a Yone, sadly. It's not going to be the best hook ever, but good attempt.
All right, we're at 18 kills in 13 minutes. This is the finals that was promised. It's a faint lead over to Citadel, about a 1k gold lead. And it will continue to be a strong showing from the Citadel side as they win out again. Once again, nobody's been able to take the dragon, though. So they might just rinse and reset, although 4 members of Conviction are up at the top side. So maybe just calling it quits on this one for now. Still not started. Kenny shows up a control ward, and this might be the go button.
Now they are trying to set up, and there's good enough setup here for the set of Citadel, because there's not a lot of vision. Six gets first to the play, and also the Bard. So canceling out a lot of these situations, it's better. I don't think he gets the kill, though. Yeah, ultimate out. Just escape.
Yeah, it's good stuff, though. I mean, he forces out the ultimate. He gets the health bar low. He's going to be able to keep that trade going. His Q comes back up. Philip flashes, fearing the infinite duress, and rightfully so. Philip is out of there. This is going to be the solo turret for Lawrence, and Good thing for Conviction, too, because they just lost Dragon on the opposite side.
There was barely anything that they could do. Oh, Camby really wants this.
We'll section off here onto Pika Pika. He has no choice but to hook what's right in front of him, and that's going to be Kenvi. Tempered Fate connects. Kenvi regenning so much health during that time. Scatter, the weak is massive as it connects onto 4, but still, Nightstar outnumbered and outgunned, getting chased down by Bradley, who will clean himself up another. All in all, it's a 3-for-1 for Citadel, plus that Dragon.
Hey, at the very least, you take the good things out of that play. They do get the shutdown off of Camby, and Doxa at the very least getting some gold back. Because if not, everything there working out much better for Citadel. Yes, you lose the first turret gold, but then you get the Dragon, you get a couple of kills, and you're still putting a lot of pressure onto Convection really effectively. And also importantly, the 6, which it's kind of a silent threat because you don't see it as much, but his damage is beginning to stack up so consistently really well. It's going to be hitting really hard the later the game goes, and champions like the Syndra, like the Sivir that are not that mobile are going to be feeling really bad after getting hit by one of his bombs.
Yeah, I mean, Pillar into Mega Inferno Bomb looking like a true combo this game, as it's just how Citadel has started multiple fights, and if it's on somebody like Doxa or somebody like Pika Pika, it's going to cost them a huge chunk of their health bar. Is Lawrence, I don't know who's ganking who here. It looks like it's Philip that's coming out on the bright side. Really able to take a lot of damage there as he wipes out the wave, but now it's a 3-versus-1 underneath the turret.
Oh,
he's going to pop the World Ender, try to fight this one out. They're just going to take the turret down first, say, you know what, better safe than sorry. Now we can dump our full kits out of this Aatrox, and Lawrence gets himself a 4th.
Yeah, they can keep on trying, but he's just going to keep on suffering there as, yes, Philip died again. They do get the Herald in the mid lane. Oh. Nightstar,
a little bit cut off.
That is such a good combo.
There's that true combo again. Pillar into Mega Inferno Bomb, and it's another kill on towards Nightstar.
Can be also escaping there from the Scatter the Weak, although he may not escape from the Lawrence div.
Oh wow. All right. Lawrence launches himself in there. He is kind of outnumbered, though, and it will be a nice escape from Kenvi. He flashes out. Lawrence still on the hunt here. He's got the blood scent. He knows where Kenvi is run to, but he thinks better of it.
Yeah, he's really quickly, but he's not quickly enough to escape death. So probably thinking better of that before going way too deep into the play. Now, after that, because of how everything kind of transpired, the gold lead is still really close thanks to the turrets that the Warwick has been able to obtain. But in reality, a lot of the game is just controlled by the set of Citadel at this point, because they do have the vision control. They have the gold in the right champions at this point, thanks to them having it on Instinct and on Bradley. And also, they are in a situation where, because dragons haven't been really forced at all, the Elder is not going to be a quick win condition or anything like that. So I'm pretty sure they are fine with how the game is being played. But also, at the same time, you are playing against a Sivir and a Syndra. Oh, Nightstar.
Oh man, Philip behind enemy lines, thinks he's got the pick on the Nightstar. They will pop on the Hunt plus Ghost. Nightstar booking it out of here at Mach 5. Meanwhile, Lawrence has fully embraced his role as the split pusher this game. He's got the Hull Breaker second. So any thoughts about team fighting Warwick, put those to bed. He's going to be sitting in the side lane as much of this game as he possibly can.
And that works for them, because he's now getting into the tier 2s. He's going to more than likely here take this one out, even with the Aatrox close by. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to stop him. Like, look at that. He's taking so much of the turret damage here.
Hull Breaker procs, hell of a drug. He gets himself out of there. We'll be able to regen off the jungle camps too now as he gets deeper and deeper in. So it's really on the rest of Conviction to try to hold. And that's where the Syndra Sivir becomes really useful. They'll be able to wave clear at a pretty safe distance, pretty consistently, and they're itemizing for it as well. Lots of cooldown reduction in Doxa's build. Lawrence sees that Diamond has found him and launches himself out to safety.
It has to run away as quickly as possible, but that does mean that now no ultimate at the very least to try and threaten Philip. But because of how quiet the game is at this point, with no one trying to force a lot, we're not going to see much of the contest that potentially could happen. Everyone is resetting though, 30 seconds for the next dragon. It's not Hexgate. I'm not sure which next dragon is it. Actually, it's not even the Rift yet, so probably, yeah, Hextech dragon.
Hextech or Chemtech. Client still won't tell us which one. It's only been like 4 years. We'll find out when it spawns. Maddie and Kenvi, they don't realize it, but they're right next to each other. Kenvi knows now, and now so does Maddie. They will clear out this vision. Now ready to move on down towards that dragon. Diamond already grouping up with Bradley on the bottom side. They could go for a little bit of a pincher maneuver here. Lawrence coming on down to hold on to the bottom lane. So it's going to be full 5 members for each side as Dragon number 2 spawns, and it is that Hex Tech. Oh,
Dragon proc there,
spun onto
actually.
Pika. The Dragon pushes him in the wrong direction. There's a pillar as well. Pika able
Wait,
to
Bradley,
flash a big
though.
wall. Now they're going for a collapse on Bradley on the other side. Bradley going to be 5 versus 1 for a brief moment here.
Oh, the ulti's perfect there.
Trying to secure Bradley's escape. Mega Inferno Bomb connects on multiple members, but Kenvi's been melted down. Nightstar is untouched on the other side, continuing to throw through Boomerang Blades. Wants to be able to finish off the kill, but Philip flashes right on top of it, cuts him down. Doxa now, 1 versus 4, seeing what he can find. Flashes forward. Philip falls down, but Doxa's got nothing left in the tank, and only Maddie is left standing. It's a 2 for 4 as Citadel come out the victors.
And once again, in another fight, it's defined by Diamond's Tempered Fate. That was such a perfect Tempered Fate there to save the life of Bradley, because he was getting set up to get immediately killed. The Tempered Fate separates the 2 that were on top of him, and then is able to give enough time for Bradley to reset up in that position. I'm surprised Bradley didn't ulti at all in the whole duration of that fight, but it didn't matter at the end, because they had more opportunities to set themselves up for success, thanks to how the fight was initially put into position. Now, with 2 dragons in their favor, Soul is not going to really be an important defining factor, because it's going to still take quite a long time before that, but the goal difference is beginning to stack up. And finally, we're seeing Philip be of value for some of these fights, because he's still behind the Warwick, but he was able to get really good knockups, and also his healing in this fight is probably going to be more meaningful because of how many times he can try and proc it.
Citadel push themselves into a sizable lead for the first time this game off the back of that fight win. Now up 2 dragons to 0, 3k lead in the bank for them. And a knife's edge fight there. Oh, Doxa sectioned off by Philip. Will he be able to escape from this? Needs the scatter, though he dodges.
Perfect.
The Darkened Blade and will escape. Instinct's getting collapsed on into the bottom jungle, but it's Kenvi and Diamond. It's a numbers advantage for Citadel here, actually. Lawrence coming from the bottom side is a little bit too late. Bradley already chucking him so low. Lawrence falls down. Fate Sealed connects on a Maddie. Maddie gonna go down as well. It's a double kill over to Bradley before the rest of the members are able to show up, making a triple as Doxa TP's in just to get picked off and taken down. Kenvi gonna make it 4, and Citadel pick apart Conviction as they have no idea how many members Citadel has starting that fight.
And they have no idea how the hell did Instinct survive that. He didn't even flash away with how the fight started, and it was looking so positive for Conviction, because they not only were able to set the play so that they could try and get on top of Instinct. Oh, I'm not sure if... Okay, so I do think Instinct wins it, but he needs to hit the skill shot.
Yeah, that's always the challenge here. He's doing a good job of dodging out on some of these bombs. And once he has Spell Shield, it's really going to be in his favor. Instinct knows this as well, so
yeah,
he's going to bail
point and click out attack against actual skill shotting, probably one of the things you don't want to play as, especially if you're an AD carry. But once again, they are trying to look for Instinct here. He still does have flash, so it shouldn't be that bad for him.
Here is Lawrence inside this river, looking to see what he can find before the Baron will spawn up here in 2 minutes. Citadel really in the driver's seat now, about 5k to their favor. And it just, you got to call out here that the second Lawrence picked up that hole breaker, he somehow abandoned the split push plan entirely and has been looking to make collapses happen out of these skirmishes, and they both resulted in him getting blown up immediately, and now he sacrificed most of the lead that he had built up. Now Kenvi has an isolated Pika, and it looks like his bot laner's gonna join him. 2 kills to Citadel. Kenvi tanking up that amped up turret with no problem because he is subjugating Maddie the whole while. Lawrence coming in on the flank. Surely this will be closed out. Doxa claims the kill as Diamond lands a Tempered Fate. Lawrence gonna have to flash out of that one as Philip was coming in for support. And this whole while, Bradley just solo pushing on the top side, gonna get themselves another inner turret.
Yeah, they may fight on the side, but Bradley is going for the actual important thing, the objectives in this situation. So close to the turret, not enough to actually get it.
Oh, it is!
And, oh,
They find the execute range.
Lawrence is
Meanwhile,
dead.
Lawrence takes a magical journey that he immediately regrets as Diamond, the one going on a killing spree this time. Maddie, all over Instinct, did have the spell book exhausted, but it still wasn't enough to set up for Pika Pika or Doxa to be able to follow up on the play. Now they've got Philip sectioned off away, and Doxa will have the damage with the unleashed power to close out onto him. Top laners down on both sides. That inner turret did go over to Bradley. Nightstar not able to respond in time.
Yeah, blowing up multiple members in that play, but like you mentioned, the turret actually does fall down. I'm surprised it ended up happening because I didn't see the mark at the side. Oh, Nightstar. He may want to see another mark though.
Oh, this is Bradley's kill all day long, baby. This guy is huge.
Yeah.
7-1-7 for Bradley, another solo kill in the tank.
Hey, 7-1 to 1-7. Perfect scoreline right there, and not surprising to see Bradley able to get that kill in that position. But for Conviction, really difficult game so far. Multiple deaths that have not been the most ideal. And importantly, they are looking for Bradley here, but it's only Maddie and Pika Pika and then Doxa coming in on the side. Can they stop this?
Slowing him down. He does
Kenvy's
go
here.
for the Soul Unbound, calling out over Kenvy's for support. They're going to be able to substitute this Sejuani. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Maddie is melted. Kenvy able to turn around the play. It's a double kill to Bradley. And dare I say, that's going to be Baron, and that very well might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, TDS.
Yeah, it's closer to Citadel's game than it is to Conviction. Now it's going to be a Baron buff for the side of Citadel to try and keep the push up. And Lawrence, even though he's trying to push the waves and trying and impact the game through that, they are locking him down really well. Lawrence may die.
Oh, he's got to get out of there. Infinite Duress. Over the wall. To escape, and oh no, Nightstar. We've seen this song and dance before. It was Bradley last time. Now it's going to be Philip. He's able to wait out the spell shield. Nightstar able to outrun Infernal Chains. Oh, trying to escape. He's got Pika Pika here for the backup, but
no, don't go back.
He's got no damage. He hooks him back in. You might end up regretting that. Maddie coming on in, throws out the Glacial Prison, doesn't connect it. Flash over the wall out of Philip. Maddie flashes after as well. Conviction, they just need something. This is about the emotional victory at this point.
Got it.
And Doxa will finally be able to get him.
It took 4 people, 3 ultimates, and a dream, but it was able to happen at the end. And a flash, yeah, true. And Maddie here trying to re-engage. Instinct has flash, but it's still risky for him.
Lawrence coming in on the flank. This might be something.
Perfect.
Hook back in. Scatter the week out of Doxa. Shut down to him. There's objective bounties on the map. The dragon is up for grabs. You got to respond to bottom lane, but Conviction finding a little bit of a foothold.
Yeah, you take what you can get in that situation, and they find something really good. As Doxa able to find Diamond here, but I'm not sure if you wanna. That was on the edge, perfectly there.
I mean, listen, we talked at the beginning of the night about Bard as a Pika Pika pick, and said Diamond hasn't played it at all. We weren't lying about him not playing it at all, but oh boy, does Bard appear to be a Diamond pick.
Yeah, it's not a lie that he hasn't played it. It's just a lie that we haven't seen it before. Because there's no reason why we shouldn't have seen it. It's been really good so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly got a Bard. I mean, there was never any doubt. Diamond, one of the NACL GOATs, got himself a couple of splits of LCS under his belt as well. Really storied career for this guy, and he can play just about anything at this stage, and showing it here up against Conviction as tons of damage comes through out of Maddie. He's forced to retreat immediately. It's now a 4 versus 3 on the push. Lawrence exchanging blows.
Kenvy doesn't even care anymore.
Taking it deep, and it just doesn't matter. They one-shot Nightstar with the help of Mega Inferno Bomb. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Without Nightstar here, with Doxa just respawning, Citadel can take whatever they want out of this base. They claim the inhibitor, and they're going to look to push for more while the Baron is still up for grabs.
Oh, not again, Doxa.
To the other side, that's going to be Doxa sectioned off on his own. He's going to be able to flash back away to try to stay alive, evading the damage of Bradley, but Philip will be able to finish him off with one more darkened blade. Now Maddie got to try to hold the line alongside Pika Pika, or game number 3 might end right here, right now. There goes Pika Pika to make it a complete ace to Citadel, and they're going to end it on first Baron. Didn't look like it at first, but they pick member after member until the Nexus falls. Citadel on match point.
It's not enough at the end for Conviction, at Citadel putting themselves closer to gaining the grand finals title, and in a really strong manner. Like, they started this game with Philip getting solo killed and then trying to play around that as much as possible, but Camby with a really smart level 1 gank to try and shut down the bot lane. Instinct playing really well, the 6 playing always as that balancing factor where they were holding in on the side, just throwing the bombs and playing with the pressure. And then I feel like we touched on the combo with Trundle 6 bomb, but the combo with the Trundle and the Bard as well. You throw the trophy and then you throw the Q from the Bard. The stun just comes out automatically perfect there. It's like a puppy into an Anivia wall. Really well done, and it set up so much of the kills that Citadel were able to get. And then I think the MVP of the game to me, Bard, the Diamonds Bard, was clutch in multiple situations. Huge tempered fates, great magical journeys, sometimes even just death journeys for the members of Conviction, and able to set up for the team multiple times in the game.
I don't know if you can give Diamond credit for the mind control for the magical journeys where the enemy team just takes them into your team and dies, but completely agree with you on the Tempered Fates. A really good Bard game out of Diamond, and another really good game out of Bradley. The Yone popping off in multiple fights here in multiple situations, staying alive for too long, dishing out boatloads of damage. And the pattern for these 3 games now is whether or not Bradley is able to find success in mid lane, whether or not he's able to build up a lead, whether or not he's able to outplay Doxa, determines whether Citadel or Conviction win the game. It was a Doxa diff in game number 2 off the back of the Zoe. He's got to find some footholds in game number 4 for Conviction to be able to stay competitive, because it did not happen this game on the Syndra. Let's hear what the analyst desk has to say. We're going to send it back on over to Sean and Quacks to chat about game number 3.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ACL Analyst Desk. I am still joined by Sean Atonin. Game number 3 going the way of the Citadel. Now, 1 win staring them in the face that separates them from calling themselves the ACL Spring 2025 champion. Sean, game number 3, initial reactions. How are we feeling?
Bard Trundle, pretty good. Really good, especially against low mobility. I'm a bit kind of upset because I think what we saw from Citadel in game 2, where they were kind of taking some unneeded fights and kind of forcing the issue and stuff like that, I think that was kind of what I felt like was happening from Conviction. Lawrence on the top side trying to go for that extra kill when he could have just, stayed, and he burned the flash and the ultimate from, or Philip just got the ultimate right there. The play where they tried to look on the Ziggs, right, with just the Blitzcrank and the Sejuani, no one's really there. I mean, just a little bit of fumbles back and forth. Overall, still a real fun game. We still get our kills per minute going up, so everything's going really good. But I do want to just really shout out, the Bard from Diamond right here. And actually, Instinct Ziggs, really good.
Yeah,
clutch
Oppenheimer level of damage. Like, that guy... Yeah, that's gonna get me fired from Team Liquid. I'm not even employed with them. But
anymore.
No, in all honesty, it really felt like every single champ contributed to that win. I feel like oftentimes when we have taken a look at games number 1 and 2, we can often pinpoint it to one certain player kind of leading the charge in the game, right? Game number 1, it was definitely Philip. Right, game number 2, it was 100% Doxa. Game number 3, it felt more like a team effort coming out from Citadel, all of them contributing to certain parts that make up the whole. But I'm glad that you shouted out those specific players. I really, though, want to shout out Kemby. We talked about the importance of this Trundle going into game number 3. If it got ahead, it was going to be just an absolute menace that Conviction probably might not have the tools to deal with, right? We said that their damage profile was really going to be lacking unless they could give the proper resources over to Nightstar and over to Doxa. And Nightstar and Doxa got shut out from this game so unbelievably fast that it felt like this was just a foregone conclusion at around the 12-minute mark. So I don't know. Like, I feel like obviously as we go into game number 4, those champion pools are going to be pinched ever more. And we said this, toward the game 3 draft. We think that Conviction thrive and function way better when they can reach into those deep pocket champion pools and pick some unorthodox stuff out. So we are going to take a look at the graph here just quickly from game number 3. And Sean, that's a lot of Ziggs damage.
He's unperturbed by what Conviction drafted, what they wanted to do. This Blitzcrank was kind of like their way to get on top of him, like try to catch him out. The same thing with like Syndra stun or Sejuani ult. But you know, I kind of love. So Mazel's the person who I have to blame, but also thank for this. Is like when you look at gold graphs, it kind of looks like a city skyline, right? And that the early part is like a developing city, and then the rest of the town is like owned by Citadel as we get past that 12 minute mark. And to your point, though, we talked about it. We said Kenvi will be chomping and eating through this competition, and you could kind of see that he just knew wherever he was going to be going, especially in the early parts of this game, he was not going to be stopped. The only person that could do that was on the top side trying to dive Philip, and that was Lawrence on the Warwick, who, by the way, got that solo kill, looked really, really good. But then, you know, as we get into like some of these replays that we have, we kind of will just, you know, see how everything comes out here, and why that Ziggs, you know, had no threat on himself, paired with the Trundle and the Bard that we talked about, the OPL Classic, right there onto these low mobility carries. And they were able to time it well, too. I think it's really important. Bard and Ziggs ults can have some de-synergized moments.
And I feel like unlike games number 1 and 2, like the first and second games of this series, we didn't see a ton of you know, solo kill agency from the lanes. It felt like, you know, what we said before, Sean, was that it was more of a collective effort, right? Team fights kind of set the mood, set the tone of how this match was going to go. And so our first replay here isn't actually going to be the first blood. It is actually going to either really be the second kill. We aren't looking at solo kills here, you know, in light of game number 3. We're instead looking at, you know, certain setups around these objectives. You mentioned in the game, Sean, how important those grubs would be. Doxa right here, I mean, we talked about the combination of Kenvi's Pillar plus the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Diamond is the one that gets that kill, but it cascades into, or almost has a domino effect that cascades into a fight happening. You can see that Kenvi actually flashes here. I actually think this was a massive misplay by Kenvi, and maybe a bit of an overforce by Citadel as a whole, because they really had used a lot of resources in order to get that kill onto Doxa, and then I think underestimated how prepared CMB were to actually fight this back. So they end up actually losing this fight, but a lot of how this game sort of you know, veered its trajectory were a lot around these neutrals, these dragons, these grubs, these heralds, and these Otacons.
Yeah, now I will say we didn't really touch on it in the clip, but if you see Nightstar actually spell shields Kenvi's ultimate, and he doesn't get any type of resistances and stuff, so it was really nice by him. But I do agree, flashing on and trying to like stop this, you know, Sivir from coming in right there. They were able to take, you know, Doxa, who I don't think actually had, it was like a real huge juxtaposition between the Zoe game and the Syndra game right here. Obviously, it's a whole lot harder for him to play Syndra against the comp that we've talked about, but, you know, really nice of Conviction to get that. They ended up getting the 3 grubs, which I thought was really important, especially against the Ziggs comp right there. But then, you know,
Trundle.
And Trundle as well, and, you know, Yone not being answered in the side. But, you know, we come to this next replay where Citadel, they realize, you know, maybe we need to just get more kills, guys. 1 kill wasn't enough. Let's try to get 1, maybe 2, 3, or 4. What do you think?
And I feel like this was kind of the start of the desperation that came out from Conviction, right? Because I feel like Citadel had superior setup in basically every single fight that we look at when we, you know, replay back toward the mid game. And it certainly seems that way, because initially this fight looks really good for Conviction, but a huge tempered fate and then a massive flash in by Bradley, I think, really saves this play. They immediately take down 2. And overall, I mean, you look across and look at the amount of wards that we're stepping over in this fight. Look at the vision and the establishment that Citadel have set up for this fight. And then I feel like Conviction, you know, in spite of all of this, are saying we have to fight, we have to go in, we have to look for plays to get ourselves back in this game. It feels very reminiscent and almost the inverse of what we saw in game number 2, where Citadel were the ones that were super desperate to get fights going. Game number 3, Conviction were super desperate to get basically anything they could have from those scraps, and really were only getting scraps.
Yeah, and I think that just comes down to a little bit of misplaced from the side of Conviction. I really thought that if they would have just played a little bit safe. Now, also massive Bartle, and that was just the first of many great Bartles coming up in Diamond. As I think we're gonna get into the last replay here with what you classified as the most unneeded team fight of all time.
Because it is. I mean, so Pika Pika goes in. They think they have a pick onto Instinct, but you don't have a pick on the Instinct. Like, you know that his team is right there. You're relying on a Sejuani and a Blitzcrank in order to burst down a Ziggs when the teammates are right there. And so, like, this play falls apart almost immediately. Doxa teleports into literally his own doom. Bradley gets a triple, and it felt unnecessary, right? No dragon was up. It felt like they were looking for something to try and set up around this Otacon to, again, force a fight that wasn't needed, force a fight that wasn't necessary. I feel like that was definitely what I'm saying of just forcing on display here in game number 3. It feels like if Conviction can, kind of remove that from their brain, play a little bit more patiently in game number 4, we definitely have a Silver Scrapes on our hand, because that was a comp that needed time in the oven to be beautiful and sort of baked right, in my opinion.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I also I just really question that decision making. Like you said, the only people who are close by are Sejuani with Spellbook and Blitzcrank, and you just saw 2 other people go down while one of them is also in the bottom lane. So it feels really bad. Felt like once they got Otacon, that was kind of like, when the game was, in my opinion, pretty close to over. We're 3 for 3 on whoever gets Otacon wins the game. I'm not saying that that's the reason why, but results-based analysis tells you that that's exactly what happened. So I think, the big thing right here is we were just giving you a little teaser, guys. It was last draft. Don't worry about it. We just cut it out.
Anything.
Yeah, and they're not switching sides. I kind of thought that Conviction might want to switch sides to where they could either get like the likes of the Lucian or the Kalista themselves, or maybe even like drop the Rumble ban. But you're going 4 games in a row on the same side. You better be cooking up an absolute storm on this side for Conviction to get us some Silver Scrapes.
Absolutely. And so going into game number 4, I kind of liked your analysis on being able to maybe switch stuff up in the draft here, Sean, because we're really pinching those champion pools. Obviously, I think as the games have gone on, we've dug a little bit deeper into things like the Blitzcrank, things like the Bard. So the capability for these guys is there, but you still really want to get your hands on some of these meta-defining picks, particularly in the bot lane, where the pools have been by far the most pinched, right? I mean, we've had basically Kalista and Lucian under lock the entire series as Conviction just won't let up and give Citadel an opportunity for some early game skirmishing comp.
I mean, the same thing with the Corki first ban on the side of Citadel. They don't want to see Nightstar on that for sure. But my main thing is like, as you get later and later, the type of compositions that you see are not as easy to execute, right? We're losing the point and clicks from the draft. We're losing the engaged champions from the draft. So champions like Braum are not, their value goes down really because there's a lot more enchanters, a lot more poke-oriented champions. You mentioned the Hui in game number 3 as you thought something might be out there. And I really think the later you go, range has a lot to do with these champions, because you see certain champions that are up and left open are super short range. Like you look at the 80 carries that are left, like I think the biggest champion for me that I think is like good for both of these teams, namely Bradley and Nightstar, is Tristana. I need to see which team prioritizes this champion right here, as well as Poppy. By the way, side note, Yordles are just really strong, and someone needs to look into that. I don't know why, but they really are.
I actually haven't thought about it like that before, but now that you mention it, Sean, I think you're onto something. But I hate to burst your bubble. Obviously, Diamond kind of upset expectations with the Barb, which he had never played before. But Bradley, Doxa, Nightstar, and Instinct, all the people that can play Tristana, have not played it recently. So it's not necessarily in their recent wheelhouse, but that doesn't mean that it can't be played. I'm just saying that it might be a little bit unlikely. But then again, we are in game 4. I think what's more likely, Sean, and I like that you brought up range, because this is something that Citadel actually pulled out in one of their series. Caitlyn Lux was something that they really like to play. And so I am wondering if maybe, you know, Conviction go for potentially a shorter ranged AD carry. Those are being mostly banned away, like the Lucian, like the Kalista, and the Corki. But there is definitely an angle where you can do that and then maybe give Kenvi a more aggressive jungler, because most of the like fighter junglers that are tanky and are, you know, more meta defining have been locked, right? We've got Vi, Jax, Trundle, Pant,
Still got Maokai.
You could do Maokai, but I don't. I'm not a big Maokai fan, Sean. The champ is so boring, man.
Well, of course, this is the guy who plays Kha'Zix to Masters. Okay, of course.
Kha'Zix is great. Okay, maybe they'll play Kha'Zix.
Yeah. Okay, someone locks in Kha'Zix, I'll give you $5. I don't know. But so see, we're going a little bit more standard. This is totally fine. Some of the answers, you know, the Syndra, the Azir, the Yone, like these are down. So I do like Bradley getting something. Also brings a lot of team fight value, right?
Yeah.
And possibly has range advantage, but it is first picked right here. So I am interested to see if Conviction again does go for something like a mid lane counter almost immediately to lock it in, or they still feel like even after 3 games of Fearless, there are some champions that they're really looking to do, like the
Gnar. I actually don't hate that, because one of the best counters in my experience to Gnar is the Rumble. No, and Rumble being taken away, I think, is definitely going to help him out. In fact, a lot of problematic matchups for Gnar have actually been taken away. So this isn't an awful game, I think, to blind Gnar, because realistically, Citadel's ability and window to actually throw and slam down a sizable counter pick in top lane has kind of already passed. His Conviction are just going to go real hard in the paint with tanky solo laners and block in the Galio second. I think this is probably going to be answered by Citadel just rounding out the Orianna Nocturne comp and probably slamming their jungle mid combos have been kind of the name of this series so far. And I feel like Citadel are not going to switch up their plan just because Conviction drafted some beefy boys in, you know, R1 and 2.
It could be Nocturne. Could also be the Nefiri still. I know we kind of saw that come alive when Nefiri became, you know, the meta jungler, right? Be really interesting to see how this goes down. Is I'm assuming that's Xayah with Rakan, if we can get a clarification from production. All right.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. It's okay. Rakan was just showing up first because he opens up the door because he's a gentleman. Xayah was there. That's just how that works. That's lore. Don't blame me. Blame Riot. But now with that bot lane kind of put in there, the range advantage, I think, can heavily go towards the side of Conviction. Also, not saying this is likely for Pika, but you can move that Galio into the bottom lane for the support position. I'm just really interested to see now, like, where the priorities of Conviction lie, because
why do you go AD here?
This is the first time I think that we've had 80 carries like picked within like the first. I could be wrong, but I don't remember the full bot lanes ever being picked this early.
I feel like you have to pick ADC here. Otherwise, the pools are going to get pinched even more, and you're going to have a tougher time doing that. I mean, Nightstar plays like the Kog'Maw. He plays like the Ashe, but going any immobile AD carry against Orianna and Rakan just seems like a death sentence. They're going to hold off. They're going to hold off ADC for now and instead go for the Lulu. I also like this because I think that if Rakan is going to be the one engaging, you just turn him into a squirrel and can kind of go about your day. It also, I think, works really well with the engages provided by Galio and Gnar, because you can immediately hit them with the wild growth after they've blown their kind of whole combo of CC up to provide that extra little oomph, sort of kind of like a shockwave after the initial impact.
Well, one already has a shockwave, so I guess you kind of have your pseudo one right there. But I think the main reason why I like this is that Conviction obviously is saying we have Kog'Maw, we have Jinx, we have Aphelios. We have at least 3 champions. They can ban 2 of those away, and then we will be fine with it. We need Lulu for Nightstar, right? Because this will be a double range bot lane no matter what they choose here. Now with the bans of the Nocturne, I really do like that. And again, Citadel has the exact same read that we do, where they're like, okay, we understand your carries. We are not about to put Nightstar on this Jinx in game 4. We're trying to seal this right now. It's gonna be really interesting because I'm pretty sure they'll take 80 carry here on 4, unless they're a savant like me, where you want to see the entirety of the comp and pick the best champion against it. But with no junglers showing, and only really the Jarvan ban coming out here, I really like that.
You're taking away junglers that can bridge the gap, because I assume that Conviction are preparing for the Kog'Maw, but Citadel are going to say no. This leaves only Nightstar with one option that he's previously played, which is the Ashe. Everything else is taken away, and there is no goddamn way we are seeing Ashe into this comp. If we're going for no damage, that's what we're going for. As the rat gets locked in, play the everything black, ladies and gentlemen, as Nightstar pulls out the Twitch in the darkest hour of Conviction Star.
Yeah, come on, all the Cadril fans in chat.
Yup, rat jam.
Love it. Okay, this is really good.
I like it.
It doesn't really play into the range thing until he gets his ultimate that I was talking about. Kenvi Lee Sin, this is in your hands, Cubby. I know you're not watching, but still, this is definitely one of the champions that he was kind of like known for, his aggressive picks with the Graves and the Kindred that we've talked about previously. Now, what are we answering this with? I was just about to say there's no way he gets his Gragas here, and that's why I thought the Gnar first pick was a little bit interesting. You had to have known this was going in there. Gragas really good against these low carries with the cask and everything. And I think Phillips Gragas is probably just one of the absolute best on the server. Really interested to see what Matty 5Ps here into the Lee Sin.
I am really interested to see what the jungler is, because I mean,
like, that's
you could do Poppy. Like he also has his Nunu, but this is a horrible Nunu game in my opinion. So I don't think that you should be going for that. There's so many things that can interrupt you. Ivern. Okay, we're just gonna go for the tried and true Maokai. All right. So what I'm getting from this for Conviction is 95% win rate, Smurf, barcode name Twitch, or lose.
Yeah, the damage profile and the amount of damage that's coming up from the side of Conviction is, it's not from a Yordle, but it's based on if this Yordle can buff up this rat. We talked about Yordles. There's 2 on the side of Conviction right here. So there you go. Although I don't know if, no, Twitch is not considered one. Anyway, not important here, but I think, you look at Citadel's comp and you're like, yes, I too loved Season 6, right? But I think that this plays into exactly where they feel like they are and where they need to be. I think if they can do what we thought they should have done in game number 2, then it'll be fine if they play standard. But if Conviction Star get ahead and they're able to unlock this Twitch and catch some people out in mid lane or kind of sleeping at the wheel and blow them up, because I will say that they have so many great ways of disengaging and appealing for this Twitch that if Nightstar is positioning and does his space glide correctly, he could probably send us to a game 5, and I kind of hoping he is, because I predicted 3-2 and I want to look smart.
I mean, absolutely. I feel like this would be such a fun. I mean, already we could see how deep the champion pools are going when we have things like Kenvi on the Lee Sin and Nightstar on the Twitch. I want to see it go even deeper. But before we go into the game, I also want to mention, I feel like Citadel's comp, their damage profile is equally as fragile, because obviously Instinct is going to be looked at as the big carry for this game. Kenvi as well, though, is on a bit of a timer to make things happen. I feel like this Lee Sin needs to be proactive in the early game, needs to affect the bot lane. If he cannot get ahead, it really is, I feel, all on Instinct to make things happen, especially with already what we've established, which is how difficult it's going to be to get to Nightstar in these team fights. So I feel like it really is, look at the bot lane, whoever does better wins, and might send us to a game number 5. But that's going to be all from us, Sean. We are hyped as hell for this game number 4. So let's not waste any more time. Gordo and TDS, have a blast, boys.
Thank you very much, Quacks. As I'm unmuted this time, welcome back, everybody, to Summoner's Rift for game number 4. Citadel sitting on match point. A win here will make them ACL 6 champions. Conviction need a win to keep the series alive and take us to the full Fearless game number 5. That's the only spot we're going to find any of the spicy Maddie champions. And as the analyst desk said, it's all going to be about this Nightstar Twitch.
It feels like it should be, but then we consider that if he starts 0-2, that probably means that the game is doomed. Because like if your Twitch starts losing, that's the end of everything, as Philip and Lawrence getting into each other's face already, but range against melee, you probably don't want to have to start it off like that, as heavy trade onto Philip, going to back away, probably not going to even get that. And the rest of the map is just looking pretty comfortably normal. Now, this game for me, it's going to hinge a lot on Kemby. He has to be the defining factor. He really has to be the difference maker in how the game is played. And importantly, he's going to be that connector between early stage game or early stages of the game and then later stages with instinct carrying.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing about this Twitch pick is, so Nightstar on an immobile hyper carry last game went 1-8. in a loss, and they just go right back to it. They're all in on this Twitch. Oh, it's the mouse Twitch. That doesn't mean anything, but I like it.
To be honest with you, I don't even know what skins Twitch has. I know he has the dog and then this one.
Yeah,
that's my
like
limit.
a fantasy Twitch or something. I guess he's like a kobold or something, but he's like a little mouse. I don't know. It's a fun skin. I'm gonna give it props. I don't know what it's going to do for his laning, though. Is he and Pika Pika taking some early...
Maybe he can remove a bear
against Rakan, so it doesn't get easy. They are going to take some early damage. Lawrence, though, on his comfortable Gnar, the state of the top lane pools in this game number 4 is such that the Gnar, it was kind of the only real safe blind that these guys have been going to throughout the season. The only picks left after the Rumble was banned that both top laners had played, or that either top laner had played, frankly, were the Ryze, the Yorick, and the Gnar. Only one of those feels like a good blind pick, and Lawrence snaps it up.
You can feel like one is a good blind pick, and then someone pulls off Renekton out of nowhere when there's nothing else. But like, well, apart from that, it should be pretty comfortable for them to really try and force it, as we have some jumps and a little bit of fighting, but nothing really important happening down there in the bot side.
Right.
Everything else is just pretty standard. Apart from that.
Okay, I mean... Listen, sometimes you need the instant replay of the poison cask there, so get that.
It was a really good one.
It was a good one. It landed on both players. It applied some stacks of debilitating poison. It might have even set up for contaminate. I didn't quite see. I start taking a fair bit of damage here. Going to look for the flash in from Instinct to connect the feather pull, and first blood to Citadel off some flashy maneuvers from their marks.
You would think those moves come from the blind monk. Nah, they come from the big bird, and they are doing such a good job, because now early kill onto the Twitch. It didn't go onto Instinct, which is the only bad thing about that play, because he did commit the flash, but it's a 1 kill already, and Doxa.
It's about to go from bad to worse. Doxa underneath the turret does get the magic damage shield, able to dodge out. Nobody taking aggro yet. They land the snares on the multiple members. Maddie gonna be able to bash Diamond back underneath, and the amped up turret does so much damage to Kenvi, but they can't force him to take a second shot. Punches in, dashes out. Maddie's still on top of him, though, going to chase further. Good damage out of Bradley, but he's out of mana. Maddie tries to flash into the bush, but he's already got the auto coming at him. Now here's a fight breaking out in topside. Lawrence going to fall on down. Philip flashes away from the boomerang, and for the 3rd out of 4 games, Philip comes up with the solo kill against Lawrence.
Hey, I'm glad that at least the top laners are all in on the solo kills. Like, they are not playing that scaredy cat top laning vibe that just waits on the back and sees whatever happens. Nah, they're going all in, solo kill. Whoever gets it is the winner. Whoever loses, just try again next time, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. As Bradley trying to set up Doxa here for can be miscue again.
Yeah, I mean, critical that he dodges that, right? He just dies if he gets hit by that Sonic Wave. And he might die anyways. He's just extending these trades with Bradley. He's at a sliver of health. And Doxa's forced out of mid. Now here's the fight breaking out of the bottom lane. A couple of turret shots come in towards a Diamond. And a little bit of damage will be returned. But Dicey looks in all the lanes for Conviction here. Going to shift soon, but here comes Kenvi. Again, dodging out on Sonic Wave. Critical stuff here. And, you know, Sean called it out. I mean,
hit a Q. That's my main question mark here, because I think he hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, what a treat to get a Kenvi Lee Sin game, but so far, not really having the fancy maneuvers.
It hasn't paid off just yet, but maybe later on we see the fancy kicks and that works out. Oh, Nightstar not again.
Yeah.
He does have a flash.
You're going to try to back away. They get some good return damage onto Instinct, but there's the Feather Pull, and Diamond and Instinct are clapping the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Kenvi makes his presence known, picks up a kill topside. It's a double kill to Diamond. My man is 4-1 on the Rakan. Just start building AP.
Talk about a strong start. 4-1 for Diamond, and yeah, hey, I did call it. If he starts 0-2, I'm not having high hopes for Nightstar, and yeah, it's not only him. It's 0-2 Nightstar, 0-2 Lawrence, and the game feeling really difficult for Conviction at this point. It is still a Twitch comp, so you can kind of play it for the late game. If you can wait long enough, he can be the hyper carry, but I'm not sure if you have like 40 more minutes in yourself to really wait that long.
I mean, I don't think we're getting to 40 minutes this game at this rate. Conviction need to re-establish themselves. They need to find their footing immediately, as things are going to go from bad to worse otherwise. Bot lane losing, top lane losing. Maddie left with seemingly very few options, and he's Maokai, Doxa's Galio. They need one of these side lanes to be able to show up here, TDS.
Yeah, that's kind of the saddest part, is that you know that your mid lane and jungle now needs to step it up, but you know that there's nothing they can do realistically because it's Maokai Galio. I'm actually, like, I legitimately think Quack's saying that someone played Kha'Zix probably would have been fine in this situation just because of the Galio, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure they weren't expecting the Gnar and the Twitch to both lose lanes like they did, or being killed like they did already. Yeah. Oh.
Too late. Maddie getting involved in the fight, going to call over Doxa. Here comes the heroic.
Oh, really nice.
It's a big shockwave onto 3, and Bradley gonna stop the play right there. Maddie, he just wants his red buff. He's trying to secure it. He's waiting out the smite. He will be able to get it. They turn it back around into Bradley. They connect the taunt, and Maddie picks up the kill. Nature's Grasp gonna be able to find Kenvi on the other side as he kicks away Doxa. And the presence of Philip will stop the play there. But Conviction, they secure their own buff, and they get a kill.
Yeah, I gotta say, Bradley a little bit too confident in walking that far forward. He didn't have a shockwave anymore. He didn't have flash at all. And Kenvi wasn't interested in trying to look for it. It didn't feel like so. A little bit too much maybe in that situation, but at the end, good news for Conviction, because they not only get a kill, but they do get the level 6 now for Maddie as well.
A Nightstar. Still under pressure here, but just farming up as best he can underneath the tower. And it is so important that they funnel as much money as they can into this Twitch. Every piece of CS matters. It's these item thresholds and being able to turn around dicey situations with the Twitch. Spray and pray is going to be what this game comes down to. Lawrence getting harassed in droves by Philip in this top lane, and he's showing why so many people associate the Gragas with him as he punts him back into the barrel. Another solo kill to Philip.
Another one for the books of Philip there, and the Drungman is just getting stronger the more the game goes, and now making it so that it's impossible for Lawrence to really try and set himself up. And the problem is that one of the big advantages out of Lawrence, although wait a second, Diamond actually taking a lot of damage there.
Got Diamond kind of isolated here. It's the full stacks of poison. They flash in for one more Bramble Smash. It's not enough damage for the kill, but it will force the barrier out of Instinct. It will force the heal out of Diamond, and it will force out his flash as well. And it gives them power to take this dragon.
Yeah, it's just not enough to be able to get the kill there, but they do force quite a bit. 3 summoners down there in the bot side. They are now able to try and threaten the dragon, which is a great deal, and maybe force something more if they are able to, but I'm not sure if they are wanting to force it with a little bit of things down.
Kenvi looking around, gotta think better of it. Decides that, hey, we're already ahead. Maybe I don't flip the whole game for dragon number 1.
Like going for Anakin, like he did with the Jax.
So it will go on over to Maddie, and they do get the first dragon over to the side of Conviction. A little bit of tankiness. Not the worst thing in the world from the position that they are currently in. But still a lot more needed for Conviction to reestablish themselves in this game. They are quite the powerful scalers with this Twitch Lulu combo. But 2k gold lead this early feels very good for Citadel. Lawrence getting collapsed, unable to dodge out of the Sonic Wave. I don't think it matters. They're going to call over Doxa, but Lawrence is already done for. Going to try to extend the play a little bit more by connecting that taunt. Here comes Maddie's Nature's Grasp. They lock down only Diamond, and they're not comfortable taking that
Maddie
play. Now. I don't think they're going to win it out. It's 3 versus 4. Now Maddie getting isolated. It's going to be a big giant growth. Explosive cast to try to disengage the play. Shockwave from Bradley again. Will pull back in Maddie, but Doxa able to return big damage. They're able to pick up 1 kill. It goes on over to Pika Pika, but it's Maddie who's fallen down to the opposite side. Lawrence TPing in now, but the TP taking a little bit longer. Lawrence going to step up forward, try to slow up Bradley, keeping the damage down with the hyper procs, getting great damage onto him. And there's going to be the taunt out of Doxa to hold him still. More kills back to Conviction. A double kill to Doxa. Philip cut off, going to be forced to flash over the wall, and Conviction find more in the top side.
And as always, biting more than they can chew in that situation. It was fine trying to get the kill into Maddie, maybe forcing a little bit more into Pika Pika, but when Lawrence is TPing there, you have to disengage, you have to run away. It was not going to be worth it at all, and now they do bring back a little bit for Conviction, because the gold lead is no longer that high. They are giving kills back to members like the Maokai or like the Galio, that even though they are not going to be hyper carries, it's still good gold that they are able to get, and even though Lawrence is still suffering really heavily, maybe he dies here again.
Yep, I mean, I've seen this play before, TDS. He's going to try to kill Philip, and Philip's going to survive in a sliver of HP. Yep. That's been the whole series. Kenvi with another kill. And 3 kills on towards Kenvi, 4 kills on towards Diamond. I don't think this is the perfect gold allocation for Citadel, and that's the one thing giving me hope for Conviction here.
Yeah, it really isn't, and now they need to be looking for what they can try and attempt to do in this situation, as Instinct is also trying to push his lead even farther. The Twitch trying to be able to fight back, get as much gold as possible in his favor. It's good that he is, at the very least, keeping really close in terms of CS to the Saya, but the difference is still really big at this point, and Saya is also a good hyper carry to play with. She gets, whenever she gets to 4, 5, 6 items, her power spike is really, really strong, and her value with the ultimate is always going to be extremely high.
Yeah, lots of money funneled into Doxa, though, means that he's got the Hollow Radiant Sun already. He clears these mid-waves so quickly. The hope is that that's going to open him up to be able to influence the side lanes and turn them back into his favor. Man, Philip's Gragas, though, is just a treat to watch. He is playing at such perfect distances, gets such good positioning on his barrels, always knows how to land the body slam, and Lawrence is feeling the pain from having to lane against it for the whole game.
You're playing a risky game though, Gordo, because you're giving him too much credit, and then he ends up getting solo killed by Lawrence later on. So we have to wait and see if that ends up happening or not. But like you're mentioning, but one thing that I really liked about Philip's Gragas this game, at the very least, is how he's playing with just trying to make Lawrence feel like he's not good enough that he can just get a kill, or like trying to bait him as much as possible. Actually, that's a better term. And Lawrence has been falling victim to that bait consistently, so really huge props to him, and able to manage out a lot of the value there.
Oh, the non-bow Shockwave comes out, but it causes the Sonic Wave to miss, and now he's got the Phase Rush proc to just dance on him. Dodges out on the Grand Entrance as well, and Nature's Grasp will solidify the disengage, but look at this top lane. Lawrence is down 2 levels, and he's just getting bullied up here.
Yeah, big casket to your face is probably going to be really bad for Lawrence. He's playing as small Yordle, so probably alcohol is not that good for him anyway. And he may get Mega here, but it's not going to change much of the situation, as Camby may get collapsed on here. He does have Dragon's Rage still.
Yeah, he is going to possibly be forced to use it here. The exchange of blows to the bottom side. Lawrence doing his best to trade back onto Philip here. Gets disengaged on, though. The phase rush making a big difference for these melee AP champions on both sides. Doxa's and Philip's both being used to full effect to make sure these trades work out in their favor. This dragon swanning up in about 10 seconds. Conviction posturing like they want to look for it. They've got Doxa coming in with the grand entrance, or the hero's entrance, and he will be able to secure control over mid as Bradley's in the bottom lane. Instinct just coming out of base. Conviction maybe with a shot at this one.
Yeah, they do have a better positioning here because the Saya did have to back away, so that means that they have a better opportunity here to threaten. He does have ultimate. Doxa has ultimate here. They are trying to threaten this situation, but I'm not sure if they really want to pull the trigger. They also do have teleport from Lawrence, so they can try and go for it.
A 3k HP. They're going to go for the flip here. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 for the fight afterwards. Top laners are exchanging blows. The smite is secured by Kenvi with a boot out onto Maddie. Well played by Citadel, using the resources at their disposal to secure the objective. And at the end of the day, Conviction being there a little faster with a little more mid-prio just doesn't matter.
But it's not going to work out that much, and it's a dragon apiece now, waiting maybe to try and threaten Nightstar, but I don't think Bradley has enough to kill Nightstar here, especially with the Lulu on the side. Close to impossible, so it's just going to be the objective in favor of Citadel. And I feel like for the first time for quite a while this series, a lot of inaction coming in from both sides, a little bit more respect, a little bit more waiting and see what the other side will try and pull off. And this does mean that everyone kind of has something to try and do by each other.
Yeah, I mean, we're still at a kill a minute, so I don't dare say inaction, but definitely slowing the game down a little bit here is full send to the top side. All 5 members of Citadel are up here. Kenvi going to find Lawrence, get some good damage onto him, but he is mega. He's going to turn it back around. Maddie launching himself in. They don't expect the bot lane to be here. Grand entrance going to connect. Maddie throws down Nature's Graph, trying to escape. It's Doxa trying to bail him out with another heroic entrance. Kenvi can't find a target to hit. They're turning it back onto him. He falls on down. Maddie gets a bramble smash out of 3. Doxa looking to take the fight even further. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Instinct going to get flashed onto, but there's just no damage. He deals up a million damage back over to Doxa, but here's Nightstar, open it up with spray and pray, hoping to melt down Diamond with the poison. He's going to claim Instinct as well. A double kill to Nightstar, and that's who needed the money, TVS. He gets a shutdown and a little extra.
The most important member now gets a lot of important gold in that play, and I really don't know what Philip was doing all along there, because he backed away. He decided that he wanted to go mid lane, but they fought here like they were going to bring all the members to this play. But importantly here, a lot of misplays by Kenvi, missing Q once again, and this game has been horrific by Kenvi with all the Qs. He has missed so many, taking away a lot of damage from the Lee Sin and essentially making him not be as valuable. Here they get a kill onto Maddie, the re-engage by Doxa, not a bad one, but then forces the flash out of Instinct, still connects the taunt, and is able to enable Nightstar here to just free hit from everyone. But really big mistakes coming in by Citadel, particularly Kenvi's misplays, and also Philip not playing for the team in this situation. They were not playing with the 5 members connected in this play.
Yeah, Philip was able to pick up the mid turret, I believe, during that exchange, but definitely a big injection of gold on a Nightstar who's getting picked onto. They do have the giant trying to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but he's got no spray and pray. He's already used the flash, and he is done for. Instinct gets the kill, and just like that, Conviction without power up that explosive cast. They're looking to take the play further. Maddie, though, gonna get a big knockback on towards Diamond, trying to finish him off. It's the Nature's Grasp to try to take it back, but it's just gonna be a 3rd kill into Citadel's pockets. They get a 3 for 0 in mid lane.
Yeah, and maybe he heard me over there. Kenvi finally connecting onto those Qs, the Sonic Waves, finally making the value that you expect off of their champion. And now they get 3 kills. They are able to force this Herald if they really wanted to, although they looked like they want to kill Doxa here. And then also they are getting mid lane tier 2.
I mean, Doxa, no way out but through. Going to look to just brawl with Instinct here, and he will fall down. Bradley.
And the turret.
Going to fall on down, and there's going to be Philip picking up the inner turret as well. And just like that, Citadel double their gold lead.
really high value they were able to find there, and this does mean that now Citadel able to recover a lot of what they mistakenly gave away in the last couple of minutes, especially what they gave to Nightstar. Now looks like it didn't happen at all. The Herald also going to die. There's no smite here by Maddie, and I'm pretty sure there's nobody going to try and get over the wall to try and steal it. So free Herald and a lot of pushing power now added on to what Citadel was able to already do. Also Dragon in 50 seconds.
And a quick welcome to everybody coming on over from Titan Esports. We are in our grand final here. Citadel up 2-1, looking to claim themselves the title of ACL champions. The same month where they promoted into the NACL, a pretty good month. All in all, they are able to do it. And Citadel looking in a dominant position here in game number 4. But of course, we've got to keep our eyes on the rat. On Nightstar's Twitch, still being funneled money. Got that big shutdown earlier. Still only on 1 item though, and I think that makes it tough to challenge on this Otacon.
Oh, it's given away.
They're just caught with their pants down. They just don't have members.
Yeah, Nightstar is way too far away. Lawrence has no teleport. There's no way for Maddie to get in. Oh,
okay.
I would expect the attempt there. Could have worked out maybe.
Yeah, and Maddie coming up here to see if there was a chance for him to interrupt the Otacon. Might find himself caught. Able to escape for now. Over to the other side of the blast cone. That's a TP being channeled by Bradley, going to answer Lawrence in the side lane, prevent an inner turret from falling on down. And it's just another free buff to Citadel. That permanent Otacon buff now going to be joining their gold lead. And reasons for them to be ahead. Lawrence, though, keeping the exchange going with Bradley, gonna force out the shockwave.
Oh, with Nightstar.
Play onto Nightstar, but Nightstar's able to create the space, opens up with the spray and pray, getting damage onto multiple targets. It's Instinct isolated off to the side. Nightstar takes him down, and here comes Doxa coming in to collapse on the side. No Nature's Grasp means they will not be able to hold down the rest of these targets, but Bradley is shockwave-less. This dragon should belong to Conviction. Let's see what else they can get.
Yeah, they get the turret as well in the process, so it's a dragon and a turret and a kill onto Instinct for absolutely nothing on the side of Conviction. And that whole play comes of 2 factors. Lawrence being able to take away the shockwave from the Bradley, taking away a huge threat from that Orianna, even if she teleports in. And then importantly as well, in the next fight, how Nightstar repositioned himself thanks to Pika Pika. The Ghost and Pika Pika giving so much movement speed to Nightstar so that Kembi can barely do anything, and Philip is way too late to arrive to the fight. Huge value there by both the Lulu and the Ghost, and it enables Nightstar to reposition himself and get a crucial kill onto Instinct and set up the kill onto the Dragon.
And that was flashless Twitch. Your team composition is Gragas, Lee Sin, Orianna, Rakan. Those are supposed to be the easy ones, Citadel. This was the opportunity to really put a nail in the coffin, take a fight against flashless Twitch, take him off the map once again, get yourself the Dragon advantage and an even bigger gold lead, but now Conviction, it feels like, are extended a lifeline once again.
Yeah, it turns out that it's simply not enough from that position there, and Nightstar can still die in a future play, but for now, at the very least, he looks like he's in a spot where he can 100% carry the game now. See, the O2 at start was damaging, but it wasn't the end of the game until now he has actual value to really bring forth to the table and maybe kill more people now that he has the IE and the secondary item already completed as well.
Really good stuff for Nightstar to be able to get on to his second item here. Will give him that extra bit of combat power that you need and that you expect. And there will be another potential fight breaking out for too long. 2 minutes to go on Baron. 3 minutes 30 to go on Dragon number 4. They're just trying to get onto those last few item breakpoints. 2 legendary items apiece on pretty much anybody on Conviction. And while they may be disadvantaged in certain positions, those are the thresholds they needed to meet.
Those are important points, and we're going to see if they are going to carry out or not going to be enough for them at the end there. But at the very least, the game is competitive. With how it started,
winnable.
I was expecting to see something much worse at 23 minutes, but it really could go either way. Like, it's not the sided at all at this point.
Yeah, it's the reverse caster curse. First, you caster cursed it by calling out the 2 early deaths on Nightstar, just ending the game.
True.
But part of the caster curse is that the caster is wrong. Although, look at Philip something I will never be wrong about is that this guy's Gragas is disgusting, and he is about to pick up another kill. Lawrence needs a couple more stacks, but Philip just flashes on his head and puts him in the dirt. Philip with another solo kill. How many is that to fill up this series, TDS? It feels like it's 10.
At the very least, more than 2. It's 100% the case there, and important in this situation because of how the game was setting up. You need to have this strong point in the form of Philip. Though I will say he did lose his flash in this play, and that is one of the most important tools to try and get on top of Nightstar. So flashless Gragas probably not the best thing, but they will get this turret down here in the bot side. They could even try and ride it maybe to force it elsewhere, but that already gets the goal that you're looking for, and then they can try and move to controlling the top side of the map and get a little bit more pressure onto this Baron buff that is spawning in 10 seconds.
Another inner turret, another injection of gold into the likes of Citadel. I was just calling out the 2 legendary items apiece for Conviction. Philip off that solo kill will hit his 3rd, plus the enhanced boots. The 3rd goes over to Instinct as well. Citadel looking plenty dangerous as they scale into this game, and as the Baron becomes a potential prize. This is the way the games of League of Legends end in 2025, and it is now on the table with Citadel in a solid position. They're looking to collapse on Lawrence on the side lane. Good dodge on the explosive Casper. Kenvi is going to be here. Lawrence needs to buy the time. He gets kicked into the wall, trying to stay alive. Can't transform in time. And Doxa arrives to find a corpse of his teammate. But Nature's Grass coming in on the side. Going to be able to lock down a target. Nightstar from the spray and pray. Able to melt through Kenvi. A massive shockwave from Bradley. Locks down the rat and will cut down Conviction. It's a triple killed Instinct from the Kenvi Bradley combo, and that may have just ended the series, TDS.
That is such a huge combo coming in by Bradley and Kenvi, and it was looking like Kenvi was going to just get blown off the face of the air immediately, but quick enough to hit the Q, follow up, and an ulti to the face of the Rad, out of the existence of this game, and probably out of the existence of the grand finals, as Citadel is looking to close it out. It's only Lawrence here.
Respawns. It's one Nexus turret left alive. Here comes Pika Pika. The Nexus is exposed, and there's no spray and pray. There's no chance of Nightstar being able to stop this against Instinct. And with 5 former LCS players, victory was a foregone conclusion after a disappointing preseason, NACL qualifiers, NACL promotion, and now an ACL title. June belongs to Citadel.
And they want to turn this into way more, but they did a great job turning what happened early on in the split to getting not only the NACL qualification, but the most prestigious tournament in Tier 2. Obviously, it's ACL. In Tier 3, it's ACL. So obviously, this is the most important victory that they got so far. But realistically, really good turnaround that they have shown, and huge props to the players. I think they had great performances, great ways of showcasing themselves. And importantly, I would say the way that they kind of set themselves up for success was the most ideal, because I think that for the most part in the series, I think that the players had their opportunity to shine more than the others in particular games. Like, for example, this one, and I would say first, Philip was really, really strong. Then Kenvi on the 3rd game, Instinct on the 3rd game, and the 2nd game as well. I think there were great opportunities for them to show up, and they did a really good job here.
They certainly did. And that will be another one for the history books. Citadel become the 2nd team to qualify NACL and win ACL in the same split, joining Summer 2023 Mirage Alliance. And what a dominant split of Tier 3 it has been for this roster of 5 players. You know, feels like something you could have predicted. A lot of professional competitive experience between these 5 players, and they showed it today, showing up against Conviction Star and proving that they were right to be the favorites all along. They lose their perfect playoffs record. They dropped their first game of the ACL playoffs, but that is small potatoes compared to the championship. Congratulations to Citadel.
Yeah, all that matters at the end is that you are raising that trophy. Stats, extra stats are cute and all that, but you want the trophy at the end of it. So certainly for Citadel, the fact that they are able to get it, it's the most important thing here. And looking forward to whatever they are able to do in the future of NACL and future ACL splits. This roster is looking really interesting, and I hope that they can really deliver on it. And I also want to give a quick shout out to Conviction Stars roster, because I think that these players are really good, really consistent, and they played a great series against Citadel. They were at points able to fight it out, especially after how the first game happened. That was a complete blowout. They turned it around really heavily on games 2, 3, and 4, and I want to give them a lot of credit for that and hope to see them back again in the ACL, because they are great players.
They definitely are. And with that, we're going to throw it back over to our analyst desk. Sean and Quacks, break it down for us for our final game of ACL summer or spring 2025.
Well, there you have it. Citadel 3-1 over Conviction Star. It was an expected result, but still, nonetheless, Gordo could not have put it, I think, any more eloquently, Sean. June truly belongs to this Ords. They have been stacking accolades up over these past few weeks, and really, I think, putting a lot of momentum behind the team and the organization. The expectations are really going to start to pile up once Summer Split starts for NACL.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good showing for them. Like TDS said, commiserations, and, you know, good job to Conviction Star, second place. Obviously, Ricky Bobby had a saying about that, but I still think they had a really good showing. Had some nice drafts, had some nice looks. Only team to take a game off of Citadel in this month of June, and the entirety of ACL. But really, I just think the entirety of Citadel looked really clean, and this draft and this style of play from them, I think, is like sort of the blueprint of when, like, someone was to ask you, what do you think of the Citadel team? Show them these, you know, this game 4, in my opinion. This is their style of play that they like to do. This is how they want to play their lanes out, and they want to put, you know, Sir Hands on a playmaking champion. And he doesn't even have to hit all the cues to win the game. So why does that matter, TDS?
This is half the battle. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like this was, you know, kind of reminiscent of what we saw with game number 3, right? Where it wasn't necessarily one lane triumphing, you know, heavily over the other. Even though we did have that, I will say, Phillip absolutely put the hands on Lawrence in that game number 4. But again, it really felt like a collective effort, and I think Kenvi was a massive part of that. To be honest with you, I feel like Conviction's draft, you know, we said it was, you know, big rat jam or bust, and I think that Citadel had the exact same read, targeted that bot lane every step of the way, and just prevented the Twitch from getting any kind of resources that he wanted. As we have our first replay ready at around 11 minutes into the game. And Citadel is just dominating fights all the way around. It really feels like their setup, yet again, is leaps and bounds above what everyone else in the ACL was able to accomplish. As Lawrence, just poor little guy, gets picked off here. Doxa goes on in, tries to make the difference actually happen. And this is another worry I had. Without the Twitch, look at the damage profile of this comp, right? And you can see that Kenvi and Diamond aren't afraid either. They're saying they can't fight back. The best they can do is run. And we've got a ton of mobility, so they're not even going to be able to do that. Kenvi goes on in. Bradley picks up the kill. The survivability isn't there in droves for Kenvi, so he goes down. PP response right here. And still, I feel like the damage profile is still extremely low, but the CC is there from Doxa. He manages to make something happen. In this early game fight, definitely something good for Conviction. It was just the issue of all of those pieces getting resources and not being able to translate that into damage toward that mid to late game to where it makes a difference outside of, you know, the Twitch still needing to be that one big factor that carries your whole late game.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the other problem that I have with Conviction, and you kind of saw it there, is like, they just have to be on the same page. Are we looking to fight this? Are we looking to, you know, take this at the very end? Their ult economy being used the early part of that. If it's not for Gnar right there, they're not able to pick up those kills. But, you know, that was kind of like the only real big win for Citadel outside of the Twitch getting these 2 kills, which I do believe we have the replay of that coming up here. Where, I mean, like, Citadel had the opportunity to kind of run away with this one, but Conviction coming back into this As you can kind of just check on the minimap, we see, you know, Lawrence get stunned up here, and they're able to like take a lot of the run of the force right here. Kenvi going down, nice little heal and wild growth from Pika Pika, but you know, the wallet diff is really bigger here. I was really concerned with why Doxa jumped in right here, but then as you see, Nightstar does show up. The spray and pray, or if you're an old head like me, rat-a-tat-tat, gets him with the gat right there, barrier, everything used. He does end up picking 2 kills, and at this point, you're probably thinking, okay, we do have a game on our hands. This is where Conviction can look to like, okay, let's play around Nightstar's flash timer. Let's get him his items. Let's not force anything too hard. We want them to come into us. We do have range advantage as long as he has ult. But as we saw later and later in the games, it became increasingly difficult when they were overextending or trying to make plays on windows where either Twitch did not have his flash or just wasn't their timer.
Yeah, it felt like between that 16 to 25 minute mark was the time for Citadel in particular, where they really picked it back up, right? They had Kendi extremely active on the map. They had Diamond extremely active on the map. Instinct was able to tear it up in most of those fights. And I mean, the safety that you just have with Xayah, I feel like is such an underestimated part of that character. People talk about the damage. People talk about the synergy with things like Novori and being able to constantly get those blade callers and all of that upfront burst, as well as the roots. But the survivability with that ultimate, I feel like, is just so unbelievably insane. I cannot believe Xayah isn't more heavily prioritized. But anytime you see Rakan, his wife is probably soon to follow. We're going to get that last little replay up here. It really felt like I said, from 16 minutes to 25 minutes, it was Citadel picking it back up. And this last fight really kind of felt like the final nail in the coffin. This was kind of the point of no return. And overall, I think Citadel pretty much sung home this game and subsequently this series with this. So you see Philip and Kenvi going on to Lawrence, not able to survive. I think if he gets Mega there, shoves them into a wall, we could have been seeing a very different story.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But
this is the problem that I have right here is like, we're almost overreaching right here, and then you get you're losing track of the Ori ball, right? Like, yeah, you have to play these as, you know, front to back is your friend, and when you're not playing front to back right here, and then Twitch is exposed like that, you're reaching for kills, you're trying to save your side laner who's dying again in the side lane. It's really, really tough for the main damage of your team to even play the game. If they're their win condition and you're not playing to their conditions to win, you end up with a 3-1. So, but I mean, it kind goes right into what I think, you know, that last solo kill before that, TDS was talking about the flash from Gragas. I would have to say if there's a series MVP to be given, it would most likely for me be Philip. Yeah. I mean, like, his Jace game in game 1, absolutely cracked. Anytime he locks Gragas, feels like an instant win for his team. And you know, he had a pretty decent Aatrox game where he actually didn't perform that well in that win because of the counter matchup, but was able to make really, really good plays in the mid game and during the team fights.
Absolutely. I think that Philip's bridge from laning phase impact toward, you know, mid to late game team fight impact was pretty much seamless. Like, it felt like a lot of top laners in the tier 3, tier 2 ecosystem really struggle to take some of the strengths that they show in laning phase and transition it over to team fights. Philip doesn't really have that problem, if I'm being completely honest with you. It felt like when he was able to get a lead in the early phase, when he was able to pull one up over Lawrence, he had no problem grouping up with the team, understanding his assignment, whether or not it was peeling for his backline, whether or not it was going in, he was all for it. He understood the goddamn assignment, this man. And so I 100% agree with you, Sean. I think Gordo and TDS likely agree with us as well that Philip is undeniably the MVP of this series. And overall, what I'm really looking at is, I mean, damn, how good are these guys going to be in NACL? That's the question that's plaguing everyone's mind now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Felipe Sexo, mucho, for sure. I think the big thing for me is to me, this team was also, I mean, the last time they played against a Conviction team in a deciding match was actually then Tempest, right? and then that team became Conviction main squad for NACL, and it was 2-1 back then when they could have moved into NACL. Then we saw Conviction go on a really good run, top 3. And if you think Citadel's gotten better over the course of the year, which if you have eyes, you definitely do, that they're going to be looking to probably make playoffs come summer for NACL. They obviously have a lot of talent. They have a really, really good support staff and coaching staff. And so I think that, it'll be really good to see them. Be interesting to see if any of the Conviction star players also get picked up on some teams that haven't, finished their rosters out yet.
Totally hope to see them in ACL summer at the very least.
Yeah,
right?
ACL summer is going to be.
It's gonna bang.
Fun.
Just you wait. Yep. TM. To TBD.
TM.
All right. For the time being, though, we are going to be right back. We are going to take a small little break while we get things organized for the big interview between 2 players of Citadel. Not going to spoil who they are just yet. You're going to have to wait and see. So while we get that all figured out, we're going to go to a small little intermission. We'll see y'all on the other side.
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the ACL, where we are joined by the victorious Philip and Instinct off of Citadel. Philip, fresh off winning finals MVP in particular. Congratulations to both of you. Huge win tonight.
Holy.
Yeah.
Big boy Philip.
Good shit. Good shit, Instinct.
All right. Yeah, let's start off. We always got to do this when we have the multiple interviews with no cams. Let's help everybody identify you guys by voice. You mind introducing yourselves to start things off?
Yeah, I'm Instinct.
That's not correct.
All right, bro.
All right, I'm Philip.
Thank you, Philip. And then the other one is Instinct. We got it. We got the pieces together. Thank you very much, Instinct and Philip. Appreciate having you guys hop on here. First things first, Philip, fresh off the MVP performance at the end here. How was matching up against Lawrence here tonight? I know this is a different top laner that you've traditionally had to face with this roster. And how does that change your matchup up against, the core of Maddie and Nightstar and Pika Pika, given that you guys played against each other during the promotion tournament as well?
I mean, honestly, I look at the enemy name tags today, and I feel like we've been playing against these guys for, months, honestly. I'm pretty sure this is, the 4th or 5th time against his core. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm just playing against Lawrence for the 4th time, and it's, the same thing every time, so, yeah.
Yeah, I low-key feel that way, too. We played them, 4 series in a row. Well, not in a row, but, in this month, and it got a little boring, honestly.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Instinct.
Yeah. Yeah, at the very least, at the end, it ended up being a win. So that's what matters at the end of it. So all's good that ends good. But I'm kind of curious as well with the idea. Obviously, you've played against these guys a lot. But together as a team, you've played it all as well. This was I'm pretty sure, unless I'm blanking on it, the same roster that was trying to, at the start of the year, to now was able to qualify to NACL and also present here in the ACL. And I'm kind of curious, how the struggles went for you guys, because obviously the start wasn't great, but so far the journey has been much better. And I'm kind of curious how it's been going for you guys in that sense.
Well, first off, we got Kenvi and Diamond, right? Not to say our previous iteration was bad or anything, but it feels like, we have a much better system in the game and improvement system with our scrims. And last split, we weren't really like learning very much with our practice, but it feels like with them, especially Diamond, we were like improving a lot. And obviously they played together, right? They're like setting up the maps every game, setting up, our plans. And I mean, yeah, it feels like me and Instinct, we could just do our jobs and yeah, we can win.
Yeah. We
Unlike
have
last
Diamond
night.
just scold us now instead of
Yeah.
before, where we just play to play. And also me and Philip make it fun, of course.
Of course, and definitely did get fun in this series here tonight. So you guys have both been kind of somewhat staples of the NACL over the course of the last couple of years. You've played plenty of splits over there. Was missing you guys in the spring split. So now that you're able to rejoin, curious about what does that mean? What are you looking forward to for summer? What was it like not playing in NACL in the spring split? And what are your predictions for your performances coming into summer?
I guess to start things off, we had like a lot of time on our hands, from losing Spring Split. So me and Instinct, we got to work on what we need to work on in and out of game. Some of us still need to sleep at better times and wake up at better times, but I mean, yeah, I personally tried to work a lot on my laning phase, which is something I struggled with in the past. And I mean, yeah, for predictions, I think we're definitely gonna be like a top 2 team in NACL, judging by how our practice goes. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I also kind of agree with what Philip said. Just like learning with newer players. For me, I've like learned so much about like the game and in lane and my weaknesses. With Diamond, and I think we'll do good for NACL.
Okay, I think overall that's fair. And importantly, obviously, NACL is going to be really important for you guys, especially considering that the next tournament will be the kind of big test now that it is going to be the one that does go to the promotion tournament later on. But I'm also kind of curious because this is technically going to be also the first time we're crowning a reigning champion that will go into the NACL, that will also come into the ACL or potentially come into the ACL as a tier 2 tournament as a reigning champion. So I'm kind of curious if you guys plan to stay, first of all, if there's a plan for you guys to play ACL in the when we have the tier 2 tournament next time, and then also if it's going to be the same team.
Well, you never know what the future holds, Maybe maybe our managers or coaches bless us, with some incentives to play. But for now, we're just taking it one step at a time. We're obviously really interested in playing NACL. Not really sure about anything after that. So yeah, I guess it's all in the air right now.
See what the managers bless you with. Fully on board for that one, and
Yep.
looking forward to it. Hoping we get to see you guys, Instinct and Philip. But congratulations on the win here. Regardless, going to close things out for the stream there very shortly, but do want to give last word over to you two. Anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to say to those still tuned in before we close out ACL for the season?
You go first.
No, you go first.
Just want to say shout out to our teammates, coaches, and staff, and shout out to Citadel.
Yeah, I'll shout out the same, and my mom.
All right, Anna Phillips' mom, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you hopping on for this interview. You're free to go, and congratulations once again for the ACL win, for the NACL promotion, for the clean sweep of Tier 3 for spring 2025. That is going to do it for our stream here of ACL. So let's bring back on in the analyst desk. Thank you once again to Quacks and Shauna Tonin, who hopped on for the broadcast today. It's been a pleasure having you guys on. It's been a pleasure hanging out with everybody at home throughout this entire ACL season. Thank you all for spending your time with us. Remember, next week is when we are planning to open up ACL applications for summer, and this will be for the first time ACL as an official Tier 2 event, meaning NACL players and substitutes are invited to sign up and are welcome to play without any kinds of controversies going on with the big boys over at Riot. So very much
It's gonna be the
looking forward to
legitimate
that
everyone
one.
is here.
Yes.
Definitely. Everyone is here. Going to be the biggest Tier 3/Tier 2 tournament in North America, all hoping. So going to be a party. Definitely want to see everybody there. Remember, applications for that open up next week. But that is going to do it for ACL 2025 Spring. Thank you, everybody, again, for hanging out with us. Thank you to Quacks and Sean. And from Caddy on production, we will see you guys next time. And one more shout out to Zen Market. Remember that is code Aegis for 1,000 yen off your first order. See you guys next time.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
Zen Market.
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。